never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Benji Haya. The international community is calling for stability in the Middle East after rebels ousted longtime Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad, who oversaw a deadly and devastating civil war during his regime. US President Joe Biden says his removal from power is a moment of historic opportunity and a fundamental act of justice, but also a moment of risk and uncertainty. Here's Alistair Burt from the European Council of Foreign Relations.
For Syrian citizens who have had 13 years of civil war, it means the world to them.
Assad has since escaped to Moscow, leaving a vacuum of leadership in Damascus. The United States is working to ensure there's not a resurgence of extremist groups like Islamic State to replace him. Caroline Malone has the latest.
US Central Command for the Middle East says they hit 75 ISIS targets in Syria over the weekend. US President Joe Biden says it's part of efforts to stabilise the country following the collapse of the regime of President Bashar al-Assad, who's now fled to Russia. US officials say they're in contact with the main group, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. HTS is a designated terrorist group by the US and other countries, but they've more recently renounced al-Qaeda. How it governs will likely impact how other regional governments and the US interact going forward.
At least 110 mostly elderly people have been brutally murdered by gang members in the Haitian capital, Port-au-Prince, according to the National Human Rights Defense Network. A local gang leader had targeted the victims after his son died, and a voodoo priest falsely blamed the illness on senior locals that he says were practicing witchcraft. A man is being questioned in the US state of Pennsylvania over the fatal shooting of a healthcare insurance boss in New York last week. United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson was killed in a targeted attack in Midtown Manhattan. And American rapper Jay-Z is strongly denying allegations that he raped a minor more than 2 decades ago. The hip-hop star, whose real name is Sean Corey Carter, was named in a lawsuit alongside fellow rapper Sean Combs. Sally Patterson reports.
Jay-Z is the first high-profile defendant to be named in a civil lawsuit alongside Sean Diddy Combs. The claim, filed on Sunday, accuses the men of raping a 13-year-old girl at an MTV Music Video Awards after-party. The accuser, who's only referred to as Jane Doe, says the incident happened in 2000. Now, in a statement, Jay-Z called the allegations heinous, malicious, and designed to destroy families. We've also heard a response from Combs as well, who said the lawsuits are made to extract payments from celebrities. He's facing a separate criminal court case with a trial expected to begin next May. He has pleaded not guilty to the charges.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, with more on the weekend's extraordinary events in Syria and the sweeping from power of dictator Bashar al-Assad. US President-elect Donald Trump said over the weekend that he does not believe the United States should be playing any role, arguing on social media that this is not our fight. But in fact, the US is already deeply engaged in Syrian affairs. There are 900 troops in the northeast of the country supporting Kurdish fighters there, and American sanctions on Syria's oil and gas sectors are so comprehensive that to all intents and purposes it has a stranglehold over the country's economy. Joshua Landis heads the Center for Middle East Studies at the University of Oklahoma.
There are heavy American sanctions on this. America owns all the oil and gas, so that's not coming to the Syrian government. And so Assad has not been able to rebuild. We'll have to see what the new one brings and whether America will lift those sanctions, return oil and gas to the Damascus, or keep it for the Kurds. These are going to be big questions. They're going to look to the international community to lift those sanctions.
He spoke to Canada's CBC. Many observers believe that after Bashar al-Assad and members of his minority Alawite sect in Syria, the Kurds may be the biggest losers from this weekend's events, with Turkey watching closely and hoping to neutralise Kurdish hopes for autonomy. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
Quick reminder of our top stories. The United States is calling for stability in the Middle East after rebels ousted longtime Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad, who oversaw a deadly and devastating civil war during his regime. At least 110 mostly elderly people have been murdered by gang members in the Haitian capital Port-au-Prince, and American rapper Jay-Z is strongly denying allegations that he raped a minor. That's the latest feature story news. I'm Benji Haya in Washington.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old world.
Alrighty, cue the microphone and away we go. Alright, let's kick this thing into overdrive. Closing out a Monday. You made it through the greatest day of the week. Okay, so we're all settled in. Time to begin being productive, right? Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio. Not a bad night, I won't complain. A few clouds. The moon peeking through. About 43 degrees outside the secret bunker in southwest Ohio tonight. Get ready. If you're not treating that diesel fuel, our next Arctic blast. We saw a warm up over the weekend. Get ready for well below zero actual air temperatures and bitterly cold wind chills in the northern tier of the country as we head into midweek. Things begin to become more active here as we roll into Tuesday. Overall, the weather map relatively quiet tonight. A little bit of rain in parts of the southeast. What's left of our trailing cold front, some spotty showers through South Carolina, southern Georgia, some heavier rain in southern Alabama. That'll all continue pushing off the eastern seaboard. But that's the same storm that soaked areas from the Appalachians to the Atlantic coast. It's going to have a snappy cold on the backside that will not only have tens of millions reaching for those midwinter coats, but get ready for another round of lake effect snow that's going to bury some of the Great Lake towns knee-deep in snow again. Now, most of the travel problems in the east into Wednesday evening will be heavy rain, strong winds, and fog. The storm producing the downpours will strengthen enough to pull Arctic air southward in a hurry from the Midwest to the Northeast as the trouble-causing storm begins to move northward from the Gulf of Mexico today, Tuesday. Arctic air begins to move into the U.S. over the northern plains. By Wednesday, the Arctic air blasting across the Midwest with sub-zero wind chills and stiff northwesterly winds. AccuWeather says this is true Arctic air. It's going to be painful for those spending times outdoors, even though the most recent Arctic blasts are still fresh on people's minds. But as I mentioned, actual temperatures will drop well below zero over portions of the northern plains and the upper Midwest late Wednesday into Thursday morning. By Thursday, high temperatures will only be in the single digits, not wind chills, but actual temperatures. Single digits in Minneapolis. You'll be only in the teens in Chicago. Wind temperatures, wind chills below zero. In the upper Midwest, this is about as cold as it can get for this part of December. Thursday, highs only in the 20s from Omaha, Nebraska to Indianapolis, Detroit, Pittsburgh. Wind chills mainly in the single digits and the teens from the Appalachians to the coastal Northeast. The coldest stretch, factoring in the actual temperature and the wind, will be Thursday and Thursday night as the colder air begins to catch up with the backside of the storm in the east. Rain may end as a period of accumulating snow as far south as parts of the southern Appalachians and the eastern Ohio Valley late Wednesday and Wednesday evening, and as far to the east as central and northern Appalachians Wednesday night. For the most part, the change to snow, not counting the lake effect, may only amount to a little slush on the sides of the roads and on top of the vehicles. Some areas, especially those higher in elevation, may get enough to make roads slushy, snow-covered, and even icy from the central Appalachians on northward as temperatures quickly drop Wednesday night. It's possible that some steady snow brings a few inches to parts of western, central, and northern New York on into northern New England. Regardless of the amount of snow that falls on the tail end of this eastern storm, the Arctic air will set off another major lake effect snow again. Up to a few feet of snow will fall on some towns and rural areas where there are large bands of lake effect snow that persist for multiple hours. Again, snowfall rates 2 to 4 inches per hour in some of the heaviest bands, which can easily overwhelm the road crews, strand vehicles, and shut down some of our major highways. It almost sounds deja vu-like from about a week and a half ago. AccuWeather said snowfall totals for the lake effect event from, say, Wednesday to Friday may approach 40 inches. Now, Wednesday, snow squalls may occur as far south as Kentucky and Tennessee. Conditions during a snow squall, as we know, can vary tremendously on the highways. You may be dry, clear, sunny 1 minute versus heavy snow, poor visibility, and slippery conditions the next. The Arctic blast and the lake effect produced by it will be brief. As high pressure slides off the Atlantic coast by the end of the week, the cold will ease a bit, and the lake effect snow machine will ultimately shut down. We're rolling into Tuesday, so we're going to be monitoring a stronger storm that's going to begin to affect the region later on Tuesday night in the Northeast. As this storm traverses from the northeastern U.S. to southeastern Canada, they're now saying it may evolve into a bomb cyclone. Strong winds, heavy rain along the Atlantic coast. Storm begins to gather strength in the southeast today, Tuesday. With warmth and moisture in place, thunderstorms are expected to rumble in southeastern Louisiana, southeast Mississippi, central and southern Alabama, as well as southwest Georgia. The overall severe weather risk is pretty low, but there is enough moisture combined with stronger winds that may cause a few of these thunderstorms to contain some gusty winds. Storm continues to gain intensity as it moves northward along that cold front Tuesday night and Wednesday. So the mild air surging northward ahead of the front, limiting wintry precipitation as the moisture arrives Tuesday night. Outside of, say, Maine and Canada, even the mountainous terrain in the Northeast will have plain old rain for Tuesday night, but heavy rain, fog, temperatures above freezing will rapidly melt any existing snow on the ground. We could see some flooding concerns. After the cold, snowy start to December, there's going to be a concern for an increased flooding threat in some of those areas that have that deep snowpack already in place, and especially in those areas downwind of Lake Erie, Lake Ontario, where you got buried in feet of snow. You get the surge of mild, moist Gulf air following along and ahead of that wave of low pressure that then ushers in a big dramatic change with the cold air. Wednesday shaping up to be a very wet day up and down the I-95 corridor from northern Florida all the way to Maine. They're also warning that both the morning and evening commutes, Washington, D.C., Baltimore, Philadelphia, New York, and Boston, may be slowed by downpours, which can cause some localized flooding. An intense band of rain may develop with gusty winds that can really hamper travel during the afternoon and evening commutes on Wednesday from the Carolinas to southern New England. Thunder and lightning may accompany the intense rain and urban flooding potential. Rapid strengthening is expected, designated as a bomb cyclone, bombogenesis. It could do that as it takes a northerly track from the mid-Atlantic states headed toward Quebec from Wednesday to Thursday. So that means strong winds on the warm side of the storm that may push ocean and bay water levels to the point of flooding at times of high tide on Wednesday. Could see some beach erosion occurring. Urban flooding seems likely because of the long-term drought. The rain should be well handled by most of the smaller streams and the major rivers, but this is going to bring yet another boost to streams, lakes, and reservoir levels. So meanwhile, as we look ahead, AccuWeather kind of breaking down the clash of the seasons. There's going to be kind of a tug of war going on as we head toward mid-December and the holidays here. Kind of the long-term forecast for the coming weeks as we head toward the new year. We'll break some of that down for you coming up here in a bit. So, good to have you on board. Hello to Philly Dan. Good morning from the city of brotherly love. Marianne in the house. Rubber Duck, home, of course. Have a great show. Be safe, gang. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour. It means 2 for Tuesday. 2 for Tuesday, 43 degrees. 43 degrees in the far side of southwestern Hamilton County, Ohio. So Syria has fallen into the hands of the rebels. Is Romania and Georgia next? Romania has declared their election void, claiming Russian interference. Where have we heard that before? President Kalin Gorgasco, the anti-globalist, was told he did not win the election. It's been voided, allegedly due to TikTok videos from Russia attempting to influence their election. Are the globalists trying to start a tiff between Russia and Romania, which is a NATO-backed country, mind you? Seems like the world's falling apart. With all that said, time to snuggle up to whomever, whatever, heat up that cup of joe, and let's get this party started. Are you with me? All right, updates. Good Tuesday. Jerry's on board. The news is coming from where? Thanks to everyone that keeps up with our needs. Thank you, Steve, for another great show. Thanks to Hot Shot Secret for making it happen. Everybody be safe. Good afternoon. Hammer down. There's Larry. Let's see, 42 degrees in Cairo, New York, as he gets the week started round number 1 to Schenectady. Shorty, I-95 southbound, Brunswick, Georgia, 68 degrees. Boy, that sounds nice. Orlando, turnaround number 1. Here we go. Get the week underway. Josh is on board. Gilligan kicks off his week. Good morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, cloudy. Some light fog at the Speedway, Martinsville, Virginia. We're at 50 degrees. Hurry. There's only 15 shopping days till Christmas. Everybody keep it shiny side up. All right. Lauren Waste, 2-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. 17 degrees. Feels like 8. Cloudy in Langdon, North Dakota. Just got 68 bluegrass heifers unloaded. We've got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed south for the corn patch at a high rate of speed. Got more calves to load early morning for Holton, Kansas. Come along with me for an epic saga of adventure on the high prairie. We don't rest unless at the Weiss compound. Special one-night-only shout-out to Cap and Ron from the Peace Garden State. All right, David checks in. It's been months since I've listened. Glad to see you're still here. All right, well, good to have you back on board. Hope all's been going well. There's Russell. Good morning. Hope all's going well at the Secret Bunker 45, clear here, Dayton, Ohio. Asking all for continued prayers for my better half. I'm getting kind of concerned about her. Thank you in advance. You truckers, be careful and safe out there. Keep it between the ditches. May God bless you safely to your destinations. I wasn't here last night because I took off work to stay with the wife at the hospital. But I am working tonight. Everybody have a good night. All right, 007 checking in from the Petro truck stop in DuPont, Pennsylvania.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Rubber duck. He said talking about that bitter Arctic air that's going to be sweeping in later this week, Wednesday to Thursday. Said, looks like I'll be taking Thursday off. The hydraulics won't want to work, just like me. Too cold for the hydraulics. Hello to Timothy. All right, Kevin's on board. There's Miss Millie. Good morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Everyone stay safe and be blessed. And by the way, I hate winter. Lights out for this old night owl. All righty, Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia. Kind of a humid 56 degrees. Had on and off rain most of the day Monday. Looks like it's cleared out for now. Got my delivery off today. Still not sure what I'm loading for Thursday. Doesn't look like San Diego's a go. So I may do a New Orleans. We shall see. I'm not looking for the cold coming in. I sure hope it doesn't last long. Meanwhile, I think the transfer portal is destroying college football. Yeah, the college team near our hometown, Marshall University, is losing most of its players to the portal since their coach that led them to a conference championship is leaving for another job. What such a shame. Anyway, have a great night. Everybody be careful out there. There's the ice cream man checking in from Dallas, Texas. Hello from Bob in Michigan. Cap and Ron in the house. Let's see. Thanks for the shout out from that chrome-covered bull hauling son of a gun. All right, there's the ice cream man. He said, I'm about to head to bed. I catch most of your shows on the podcast since I'm a solar-powered driver right now. All right, good to have you with us when you can there, ice cream man. Well, they believe they've got their guy. The manhunt that's been on after the shooting there in New York City. Law enforcement officials arresting. They've identified their suspect Monday. Over the weekend, they said they knew his name. They knew who he was. Person of interest, as they referenced him at the time. They just didn't know where he was. During a Monday afternoon press conference, New York Police Commissioner identified 26-year-old Luigi Mangione as the person of interest in the brazen targeted murder of the United Healthcare CEO. Now, said the suspect was arrested in Altoona, Pennsylvania, Monday morning. Congratulations to the heads of McDonald's employee. The suspect was in a McDonald's and recognized by an employee who then called local police. Responding officers questioned the suspect, who they say was acting suspiciously and was carrying multiple fraudulent IDs as well as a U.S. passport. Law enforcement officials also discovered that the suspect had a firearm and a suppressor, which were both consistent with the weapon used in the murder. Law enforcement officials discovered a fraudulent New Jersey ID that matched the ID the suspect used to check into his New York City hostel before the shooting, as well as a handwritten document that speaks to both his motivation and mindset. New York Police Chief of Detectives said the suspect's document indicated that he had ill will towards corporate America. A police official who reviewed the document tells Fox News the document said, quote, "These parasites had it coming. I do apologize for any strife and trauma, but it had to be done." So there you go. Late this past evening here, just within the last several hours, official word came down from the New York Times. This suspect has been charged with murder. We'll give you more coming up. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Benji Haya. The international community is calling for stability in the Middle East after rebels ousted longtime Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad, who oversaw a deadly and devastating civil war during his regime. US President Joe Biden says his removal from power is a moment of historic opportunity and a fundamental act of justice, but also a moment of risk and uncertainty. Here's Alistair Burt from the European Council of Foreign Relations.
For Syrian citizens who have had 13 years of civil war, it means the world to them.
Assad has since escaped to Moscow, leaving a vacuum of leadership in Damascus. The United States is working to ensure there's not a resurgence of extremist groups like Islamic State to replace him. Caroline Malone has the latest.
US Central Command for the Middle East says they hit 75 ISIS targets in Syria over the weekend. US President Joe Biden says it's part of efforts to stabilise the country following the collapse of the regime of President Bashar al-Assad, who's now fled to Russia. US officials say they're in contact with the main group, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. HTS is a designated terrorist group by the US and other countries, but they've more recently renounced al-Qaeda. How it governs will likely impact how other regional governments and the US interact going forward.
At least 110, mostly elderly people, have been brutally murdered by gang members in the Haitian capital, Port-au-Prince, according to the National Human Rights Defense Network. A local gang leader had targeted the victims after his son died, and a voodoo priest falsely blamed the illness on senior locals that he says were practicing witchcraft. A man is being questioned in the US state of Pennsylvania over the fatal shooting of a healthcare insurance boss in New York last week. United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson was killed in a targeted attack in Midtown Manhattan. And American rapper Jay-Z is strongly denying allegations that he raped a minor more than 2 decades ago. The hip-hop star, whose real name is Sean Corey Carter, was named in a lawsuit alongside fellow rapper Sean Combs. Sally Patterson reports.
Jay-Z is the first high-profile defendant to be named in a civil lawsuit alongside Sean Diddy Combs. The claim, filed on Sunday, accuses the men of raping a 13-year-old girl at an MTV Music Video Awards after-party. The accuser, who's only referred to as Jane Doe, says the incident happened in 2000. Now, in a statement, Jay-Z called the allegations heinous, malicious, and designed to destroy families. We've also heard a response from Combs as well, who said the lawsuits are made to extract payments from celebrities. He's facing a separate criminal court case, with the trial expected to begin next May. He has pleaded not guilty to the charges.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
So, at a Monday evening press conference discussing the capture of the suspect, the murder of the healthcare executive last week, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro condemning what he said was deeply disturbing, the dark corners of America where many had been hailing this guy as a hero. He made the remark shortly after Mangione was arrested. He made his first appearance in the courtroom in Hollidaysburg, Pennsylvania. He's being held without bail. But Shapiro said it's deeply disturbing. Some looking to celebrate instead of condemn this murder. In America, we don't kill people in cold blood to resolve policy differences or express a viewpoint. I understand people have real frustration with the healthcare system, but I have no tolerance for anyone using an illegal handgun to kill someone because he thinks his opinion matters the most. In some dark corners, this vigilante is being hailed as a hero. Let me be clear, he is no hero. The real hero is the person who called 911 at McDonald's this morning. That person passed along their suspicion to a McDonald's employee who then called Altoona police. Altoona officer Tyler Fry, who's been on the job for 6 months, got the call, acted swiftly and calmly. Tyler Fry, the officer, told reporters that when asked to pull his blue medical mask down, he recognized him immediately. We didn't even think twice about it. We knew that was our guy. Feels good to get a guy like that off the street, especially starting my career this way, 6 months on the job. Wow. He said Mangione did not give us too many issues. When an officer asked him if he'd been to New York recently, he became quiet and started to shake. He was arraigned on charges of forgery, carrying a firearm without a license, tampering with records or identification, possessing an instrument of crime, and providing false identification to law enforcement, and of course later in the evening now charged with murder. His next court appearance scheduled for December 23rd, pending a warrant from New York to have him extradited. State law enforcement said Mangione was cooperating at first, but he's not now. adding that the 26-year-old suspect did not make any statements. Now, they do say that he traveled between Philadelphia, and Pittsburgh with stops in between, including Altoona, where he was caught. Yeah, they said they're still piecing together a timeline of his travels, but that is all breaking news from the past day. And you look at the photos that they had released, numerous photos. You can pretty much tell. Yeah, the photograph last week of the guy, that at the hostel that pulled the smiling suspect, the person of interest. All right, Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. How's it going?
Morning, Steve. How are you getting along?
Doing well. Made it through the greatest day of the week, so we're all settled in here.
Yes, sir. Hey, I wanted to comment. You were talking about somebody made a comment about how the transfer portal is ruining college football.
Yes.
And I think that college football is getting what it deserves and what it's deserved for a long time. I had a classmate. He was actually a couple years behind us in Boulder, Colorado, when he played high school football and he got heavily recruited by the University of Wyoming, and he made a commitment up there. And when he made that commitment, that head coach that recruited him left before he even got on campus. Then they hired Dennis Erickson out of Idaho, and Dennis Erickson came in and he never played a single down under Dennis Erickson. And then Dennis Erickson was only at Wyoming for a year, and he left. And back then, when these coaches were doing this, these players couldn't transfer out of these schools. And this kid basically sat on the bench for 3 years, and then he got to play a little bit in the senior year, and he felt he was a lot more talented than that, but they always had coaching carousels. So, right now, in my opinion, the transfer portal is the alternative answer to these coaches that just commit to these programs and then they just leave on a whim. It's like, I'm a CU Buffs fan, so I'm sitting here waiting to see how long it's going to be till Coach Prime packs up and leaves. And it's just what these guys do. So that's my opinion on that. And it may be ruining college football, but college football kind of brought this on itself, in my opinion. And I think that's why the NIL is a good thing, too, because a lot of these kids are getting recruited by these coaches that are making these multi-zillion-dollar contracts, and then the coach just packs up and leaves for another school, kind of like a Lincoln Riley did, and he went on to USC, and now Oklahoma's falling apart. So we'll see what happens. I think they're going to have to regulate it somewhere down the road, but basically college football is getting what they deserve from it, in my opinion.
I'm looking at reports where apparently, so the portal actually opened on Monday, and apparently there is a boatload that have jumped into the portal looking to transfer. Tons of players.
Yeah. Well, the one downfall to the portal I see, though, Steve, is that a lot of these guys are doing this because they want to play professionally, and maybe it's good that they're getting paid a little bit of money, but how many of them are missing out on getting an education by doing this? Because you go to 4 different schools in 4 years, you're not going to get a degree. And if you don't make the NFL, then that NIL money's going to run out,
Right.
So
okay.
That's the one downside to it. But I think it's good for these schools, and it's teaching them a lesson about maybe trying to keep these coaches around a little bit longer too, because they've hurt a lot of players over the years by just packing up and leaving.
Well, very interesting. Yeah.
Anyway, that's all I got to say tonight, Steve.
Good to hear from you. Safe travels out there. Watch your speed. Always rolling at a very high rate of speed out there. Let me see. Yeah, so the transfer portal opened officially Monday. And reports this evening players throwing their name into the ring to look for a new school is growing by the day. Some of the top programs in the country, including Ohio State, Oklahoma, Michigan, and others have already lost some impact players. And some high-profile recruits are up for grabs, including 5-star Auburn receiver Cam Coleman, 4-star Texas A&M quarterback Connor Weigman, 4-star Georgia Tech receiver Eric Singleton, 4-star Liberty quarterback Caden Salter, 4-star USC defensive tackle Bear Alexander. Now, they say over 3,900 players entered the transfer portal during the last cycle, with Colorado being hit the hardest, 41 players transferring elsewhere. Conversely, Alabama, Indiana, Michigan State all lost 39 players, while South Carolina lost 20. While all these programs lost a substantial amount of talent last year, it may very well be pale in comparison to there's Buckeye Boys team, Marshall, this year, which according to this report could lose nearly its entire roster to the transfer portal this year after losing their head coach to another head coaching job. There you go. As Lauren just brought up, the coach ditches, and so the players, they're following suit. 24 hours after winning the Sun Belt Championship, he announced he is leaving that job. Basically, the entire Marshall football team is entering the portal, which sets up an interesting potential move, according to Smalley. Could all these guys follow Huff to maybe Southern Miss, like Cignetti from JMU to Indiana last year, and immediately have a championship team? That could be something wild to watch. Now, to Smalley's point, James Madison saw a mass exodus of players hit the portal. After Cignetti left, 15 players ended up leaving, 7 which followed him to Indiana. Many believe the Hoosiers' 11-1 season, which included wins over Nebraska, Washington, Michigan State, and Michigan, was due to the experienced players that Cignetti brought with him. So far, only defensive lineman Isaiah Gibson and offensive tackle Barrett Maddox have officially entered the portal. The Thundering Herd lost 18 players to the portal in 2024 and added 25 players from other schools. I guess it's kind of like a game of musical chairs with the portal. 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed. Hello to Gary, who says, good morning, Steve, all the overnight crew. Here we are, Taco Tuesday. Hey, Jeffrey in Florida on board. Good to have you with us. Randy, a.k.a. the Pack Rat, in the house, running another load of the Moo Juice across the UP of Michigan to my destination northwest of Green Bay, right at 37 degrees here on the north edge of Lake Michigan. Everybody take care out there. Hello, Big Ed, are you with me? He chimes in football. He said, look at General Booty. How many times has he been allowed to transfer? He was a hot quarterback at one time. Yeah, he's what's wrong with NIL. All right, there's Buckeye Boy. Senor Heatwave, as we get a new week underway. Good morning.
Good morning, Senor. Well, thank you for the vote of confidence earlier this morning with the
to get a laugh out of that was good, wasn't it?
It was. Well, you asked the other day, why are men that way? Why is it that when we're born till the day we die, we laugh at a good fart? Women, I'll tell you why, in case y'all are wondering too. It's because we men are juvenile. End of story.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, the procedure went pretty well. They gave me something other than what they normally give, so I didn't have that bullfrog effect at the end of the procedure. So they did find 4 polyps, and they were able to get them out, and they said here another 3 to 5 years, depending on what these polyps were. If they were cancerous, then I'll have to go back every 3 until we figure out what the issue is. But hell, I didn't feel it. Got done with the procedure, and in fact, I was up maybe about 20 minutes before the procedure was done. And, I was looking at it like, what the hell is this? They said, well, that's your colon. Like, oh, well, that's pretty clean, isn't it? That stuff will really clean you out. And they're like, yes, it will.
Mm-hmm.
But it was a interesting experience, and I'd rather not go through that again. But I guess if that means for me to keep around and make sure we don't have any issues in the future, then I guess I'll go through the indignity of having something shoved up my hind end with a camera on it and figuring out what's going on. I tell you what, that juice, golly, they said it had a pineapple flavoring to it. All I can say is it wasn't pineapple enough. I went and got my own flavoring and added it to it, pineapple mango, and I poured a bunch into it, and it wasn't too bad. It just real filling. 8 ounces of that stuff every 10 minutes until it's empty.
Isn't that a thrill?
Yeah, God. Joy. Yes, nothing but a joy. I caught the tail end of Lauren Weiss talking about the NIL. Well, here in New Mexico, we had Coach Bronco Mendenhall. He was a BYU coach, and then he coached at Virginia. And we really thought we had somebody here that would lay the groundwork to pull the Lobos, the University of New Mexico, from being cellar dwellers to being in the top echelon of our conference. And then he soon as he got done at Hawaii, then he bolted over to Utah State there in Logan, Utah, and it was all about family. So Utah State's going to pay New Mexico $2 million over the next 3 years for the penalty of him leaving early. And, of course, the quarterback and the running back that really made a big difference here, they left. So, you know, if you're going to follow the coach, I guess that's one thing, but to just leave because you don't like what's going on, I think you probably ought to be allowed one time, one move, and that's it. Because like he said, they're not going to get a college education, and they're not going to have a degree in anything. And whatever money they have left over when they don't make the NFL, well, what's their story going to be? Oh, poor me, I was mistreated. No one cared enough for me. The hell with them. One-time transfer, and that's it. The NCAA really needs to look at it. So, anyways, well, that old boy there in New York, Manhattan, they finally found him not guilty. And, I mean, you know, if that was me on there and some crazy lunatic, no matter what color, was screaming and hollering that he's going to kill somebody, he don't care if he goes to wherever. I don't care what the color of the person is that goes over there and, you know, takes this person down and saves the rest of us from, you know, certain injury or even death. I mean, what's it going to take for some of those in the black community to understand, hey, when you've got a madman running around threatening people, especially women and children, you don't mess around with people like that. You take care of the situation. You put them someplace where they can't hurt nobody. You get the cops over there. You let them handle it. You know, I don't care what color the guy was. I didn't even realize the man was black that died. You know, and then you got all these black advocates out there going, well, I guess we need to have some black vigilantes.
That was the call. You know, that was the actual call from the New York City chapter of Black Lives Matter. Yeah, black vigilantes.
Yeah,
calling them out.
So that's it's they, of all people that ride the subways, they ought to know what it's like down there in them tubes, you know. And if they say they don't know, they've never seen it, then they're living in La La Land. You know, it's kind of like another one of ours. If he hasn't seen it nor heard it, it never happened. And then when he hears about it, something happens. And, you know, that's the reason why I don't have a CB in the truck. You know, there's so much going on. People going after someone. You know, commercial company. You know, they're always out there looking for a John. You know, you got roadside lawyers that know everything, and they'll tell you what you can and can't do when you know it's the exact opposite of what you can do. And then you have people out there that make implied threats, or they infer that they're going to come by, look you eye to eye, and say, you know, whatever. You know, that's the reason why I don't have a CV, because it's idiots like them that make the, you know, talking
just
on a CV.
trying to stir the pot, right? Just looking to create trouble.
Yeah, you know, and what I'm saying, you know, for certain people is like, you know, just because you haven't heard about it or seen it doesn't mean the rest of us haven't. And if you have, well, you know, listen to the show, because it's being said, you know. And, you know, if I'm wrong, I know you will call me out. I know others will call me out and say, hey, you went too far. You know, you just need to calm down. But I mean, I don't remember making any inferred or implied situations that might lead up to something more physical.
Right.
And, it just ain't right. But, if that's the only way certain people can act and make themselves feel better about themselves, fine. I'm just stating an opinion. If you don't like it, say it. If I'm out of line, call me out on it. And there have been people that do, and I'm like, well, maybe I was wrong, but I doubt it.
That's my opinion. It should be yours as well, right? Okay. Hey, we close out hour number 1 there. We pause, but we'll return after this.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. Police have charged a 26-year-old man in connection with the killing of a health insurance boss in New York after the suspect was detained at a McDonald's. He's facing multiple charges, including murder.
Luigi Mangione was apprehended in Altoona, Pennsylvania, Monday at a McDonald's for the shooting death of Brian Thompson on December 4th on a city sidewalk. Mangione is facing 5 charges in Pennsylvania, including forgery and carrying a firearm without a license. Overnight, he was also charged in New York with first-degree murder, as well as other charges that include possession of a forged document and a weapon. Reporting from Altoona, Pennsylvania, Jonathan O'Halloran.
Israel has carried out several airstrikes across Syria, including in Damascus. Tel Aviv claims it's acting to ensure weapons don't fall into the hands of extremists.
We have seen Israeli tanks and troops moving in to that demilitarized zone behind me here. They have seized that DMZ, the first time they've had a permanent presence there since 1974, when it was created following the Yom Kippur War. Until now, they are saying that it is a temporary measure, but some other countries in this region, including Egypt, have expressed concern that it could be a permanent positioning of Israeli forces to try and seize yet more control of the Golan Heights. We also know the IDF making a number of airstrikes inside of Syria, targeting weapons depots and chemical weapon storage areas that have been abandoned by Assad's troops. Trent Murray at the Israel-Syria border.
Taiwan says it's detected nearly 50 Chinese military aircraft near the island in the last 24 hours. That's the highest number for a single day since Beijing launched large-scale war games 2 months ago. Laura Westbrook has more.
Taiwan had been on alert for the possibility of China launching military exercises. That's because President William Lai Ching-te made unofficial stops in Hawaii and the U.S. territory of Guam last week. During his stop in Guam, Lai called on like-minded countries to never bow to totalitarianism. Chinese authorities called Lai a separatist. China claims Taiwan as its own, to be reunited by force if necessary.
In western India, 6 people have died and dozens have been injured after a state-run bus hit pedestrians and vehicles in the city of Mumbai. Police say the bus driver hit the accelerator instead of brakes, and an investigation is underway. Rebecca Bunton has more.
The bus is reported to have rammed into about 24 vehicles, including a police vehicle. A doctor told local media that at least 4 police personnel are among almost 50 people who were injured in the incident, and media reports suggest that the driver may not have had much experience of driving heavy vehicles. The driver has been arrested and charged with culpable homicide.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, the joy in Syria over Bashar al-Assad's ouster from power and his flight to asylum in Russia gives way to horror as efforts continue to find those people whose lives he upended during his 24 years in power. It is hard, given some of the images the world has witnessed from Syria since the weekend, to remember that when Assad first ascended to the Syrian leadership, he was considered a reformer, a man who could modernize his country after the brutality of his own father, Hafez al-Assad, who ruled Syria for nearly 3 decades. But Emma Beals, a non-resident fellow at the Middle East Institute and senior advisor at the European Institute of Peace, says now the last couple of days have put paid to any illusions about the nature of Bashar's own regime.
The flip side of yesterday's joy is just utter sadness and tragedy as the full scale of what a butcher Assad was comes to light. And some of us knew that. We've been following in a lot of detail for many years, researching, these gulags and what was happening in them. But, watching them desperately try to get people out of Sednaya and the underground basements there, the secret prisons, just the scale of horror has just been astonishing.
Tomorrow, what to expect from Syria's rebel leader, now with his fingers on the levers of power in Damascus. He says he wants to unify the country and has put his jihadist past behind him. But can he be trusted? With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. Police have charged a 26-year-old man in connection with the killing of a health insurance boss in New York. Israel has carried out several airstrikes across Syria, including in Damascus. Tel Aviv claims it's acting to ensure weapons don't fall into the hands of extremists. Taiwan says it's detected nearly 50 Chinese military aircraft near the island in the last 24 hours, the highest number in several months. And that is the latest feature story news. Neha Punia reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
We get hour number 2 underway, rolling into a Tuesday, a brand new day. Hope your week's off to a good start. We were talking to Heatwave. That was another breaking story to start the week Monday. There's the trial of Daniel Penny had been ongoing, and he was acquitted in New York this past day for last year's death of Jordan Neely. If you recall, Penny was riding the New York City subway when Neely started acting out, saying somebody's going to die that day. He ultimately put Neely in a chokehold after which Neely was pronounced dead. Penny had been charged with second-degree manslaughter and criminally negligent homicide. Now, the first count was actually dispensed Friday after the jury could not agree. And on Monday, this past day, jurors acquitted Penny of the second charge, which brought the founder of the greater New York City chapter of Black Lives Matter out, calling for black vigilantes. We need some black vigilantes, he posted on X. People want to jump up and choke us and kill us for being loud. How about we do the same when they attempt to oppress us? Here we go again. After leaving the courtroom, Newsom had words for Penny, to which he said, "It's a small world, buddy." Jordan Neely's father spoke out against the verdict, saying it hurts. It really hurts. What's going to happen to us now? I've had enough of this. The system is rigged, he says. An angry crowd chanting, "No justice, no peace." All right, Dante Mills, an attorney hired by people related to Neely after the homeless man's death, said family members are devastated, upset, angry, hurt due to the verdict. Last week, the jury couldn't decide on the top charge, and they came back this week, and they gave up on us. He said the district attorney did a good job, but the jury in this case let us down. A statement from the DA's office, Alvin Bragg, said the multiple days of jury deliberations proved the office was right to pursue charges against Penny. The jury carefully deliberated for 4 days. They requested readbacks of testimony. They asked for video footage to rewatch, as well as written definitions of the law. Their lengthy deliberation and their totality of the facts and the evidence underscored why this case was put in front of a jury of Mr. Penny's peers. Ultimately, over the duration of this trial, talented career prosecutors and family members were besieged with hate and threats on social media, by phone and email. Simply put, this is unacceptable, and everyone, no matter your opinion, in this case should condemn it. Now, Republican Representative Mike Lawler of New York offered a different take on Bragg, stating, Alvin Bragg has failed in his responsibilities to enforce the law and keep New Yorkers safe. Sadly, he's engaged in political prosecutions on numerous cases, including President Trump, Daniel Penny, Jose Alba. Lawyers, Alba operated a bodega and was charged with murder after defending himself from an assault. Lawler said Bragg should be removed from office immediately. So a little tension there in New York. Buckeye Boy said Neely's father only shows up when he thinks he can get some free money. He sure wasn't around when his son was getting arrested 40 times to try to help him from the mental instability he was going through. He's a pathetic human being. All right, Senor Heatwave, I'm not sure if you had any follow-up on that, but thanks for hanging in there.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Senor. No, Buckeye Boy done pulled a win for my sales there. I was going to say, if the father, who's trying to get millions out of Penny for whatever, had he been a father to the son instead of a once-in-a-while dad or his best buddy, and taking things into his own hands, like the man's ass when he was a kid, beating, busting his butt. Like they said, spare the rod, spoil the child. Maybe this would not have happened. Obviously, the man didn't have any role models except for those that he thought were thugs and punks and drug addicts, and thought crime was good. Where's the justice in the people that he had himself terrorized or made victims of his own demented rage? I don't know if that made sense to y'all, but that sure sounded good to me. You know, I just don't know where the mindset of these people are.
Right.
I guess it's a victim. They're the victims, no matter how much they are the bullies. And and it's not just black people that go crazy. It's every color out there. We got some white trash out there.
Hey, there's
that does
crazy.
The same thing.
Yeah, mental illness has no boundaries when it comes to race, color, or creed.
None at all whatsoever. And like I said, if I ever, well, I'm not, but if I were to ever visit New York City and ride the subways, and some idiot, no matter what color, was acting a damn fool and threatening, yeah, if I couldn't, bring myself up to manhandle the guy and hold him down for the law to get there, I would certainly hope someone would. And if I am ever on a train or whatever, and there is somebody threatening a mother and their child, as helpless as those two are, I would be pretty hard-pressed not to do something myself.
And obviously, based on 4 days of jury deliberation, that was the conclusion, that he did not intend to kill the guy. He was indeed subduing him. I assume waiting for the next stop to get some law enforcement on that particular train car. But hey, that's the way the system is designed. And the 4 days of deliberation, and the conclusion is he did not intend to kill the guy. All right, 14 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388. I believe Mark is on board. Good morning, Mark.
Hey, good morning, Steve. One can only imagine what that penny, the anxiety he went through. I can't imagine going through that. A couple of things. The shooter in New York. What part of this whole thing don't I understand? I mean, I can't comprehend. Did he want to get arrested? I mean, seriously, showing up at a McDonald's. I thought he was doing a pretty good job of, eluding police there for a while, but unbelievable. Why would you go into a McDonald's? And then the last caller, Heatwave. I agree 100% about the CBs. I call them the children's band. But I'm not opposed to having one. And one good reason to have one is just if there's an accident up ahead or, a traffic tie-up, you can alert other drivers. But, nobody, unfortunately, nobody runs with them hardly at all. And I agree with the trash that he was talking about. There's a lot of garbage on there, but that would be one good reason to have one. But anyways, if just a few of us have them, it ain't going to do a lot of good anyway. So, and I don't even have one myself. I might drive a different truck several times a week. So anyways, love your show, Steve. I can't commend you enough. So thank you very much.
All right, great to hear from you, Mark. Thank you for chiming in. I was just printing up the latest, where the NYPD, more details. The 26-year-old arrested there in Altoona. The person of interest, as they reference him. He had no known prior arrests, they tell us. He was in possession of a ghost gun, meaning it was put together with parts sold online. And based on, apparently, it matches the gun believed to have been used in the shooting, according to the police chief. As of right now, the information we're getting from Altoona is that the gun appears to be a ghost gun. It may have been made on a 3D printer and the capability of firing a 9mm round. They said police believe the suspect acted alone. He was not trying to flee the country at the time of arrest. No other potential victims have been targeted. They did recover other evidence on Mangione. As we mentioned earlier, multiple fraudulent IDs as well as a U.S. passport. Upon further investigation, officers recovered a firearm on his person as well as a suppressor, both consistent with that weapon used in the murder. He said Mangione was in possession of a mask consistent with those worn by our wanted individual and a fraudulent ID matching the one used to check into the Manhattan hostel before the shooting. And then, of course, the handwritten document that speaks to both his motivation and his mindset. Handwritten, a 3-page document, they say, that made it seem he had some ill will toward corporate America. He was born and raised in Maryland. He had ties to San Francisco, California. His last known address was Honolulu, Hawaii. All right, let's see. Tish said detectives were headed to Pennsylvania from New York to question Mangione. Apparently, he was a smart kid. Mangione was valedictorian of his 2016 high school graduating class at the Gilman School in Baltimore, where he played soccer. And it is 844-844-3388.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and his team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, see what's going on with horse feathers. Good morning.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. So, yeah, that was going to be my question if this guy that was the shooter there was a U.S. citizen or where he's from, so I appreciate the information. But do you know there's another individual that we know was from Baltimore and ended up in San Francisco? Would you know who that is?
I'm trying to think here. Who was it?
Nancy Pelosi.
Ah, okay.
Her father was the mayor of Baltimore, and I'm not sure exactly all her dealings in Baltimore itself, but she's from Baltimore here and ended up out there in San Francisco and is one of those ones that says that, you know, we don't need walls, but lives behind a wall.
Yes.
But anyway, so there's that. So the Marshall team that the Buckeye boys talking about here, is that the same team there that they had the plane crash and lost a good share of their team and all that there from Southern Ohio?
I believe that's the case. Yes, I think so.
Yeah,
they did
that movie, We Are Marshall.
Yeah, Gilligan was talking about the anniversary of that a few weeks ago.
Okay. So, yeah, that'd be something, you know, because, you know, I forget what year that was that the plane crash wasn't at, but, you know, pretty much had to rebuild the whole athletic team from that. And now if they go through this and all the players just leave, then, you know, they're back to starting at square one again. But anyways, that's kind of what I had going for you. I've got some fog on the eastern shore and a little bit up in northern Maryland and off and on patchy here and there, but I got myself over here to the Alexandria side of Virginia and that, and doesn't seem to be any fog around this way, but yeah, still a little damp and stuff, but nothing falling out of the sky, so no need for wipers or anything right now.
At least so, but, for the moment, all's quiet. But yeah, I think that's going to be changing come midweek because of rain.
Yeah, that's the rumor there. Somewhere around the Hey Mike. Well, that's tomorrow. Hey Mike
Yes.
Day there.
Yeah.
So, so do we get any reply about yodeling yet? Have we gotten a response on how the yodeling's going with anybody?
Not got any sort of official confirmation on that. Not yet.
All right. Well, I'll see what we can come up with. So, anyways, maybe there's somebody out there that's a yodeler. But, anyways, all right. With that, Your Honor, we're going to see if we can unload a trailer and go on from here and keep on listening. So we'll chat at you a little later there.
All right, thanks for checking in. Safe travels. Industry headlines. All right, we talked off and on throughout the year about the Prove It Act, a bill that would strengthen small businesses' protection from burdensome regulations. And apparently it actually has passed in the House of Representatives. The House advanced the bill by a vote of 208 to 196 last Thursday. This is H.R. 7198 that would require federal agencies to analyze the impact of their regulatory action on small businesses. Too often, small businesses across America are saddled with unnecessary, burdensome, one-size-fits-all regulations that caused business owners trillions of dollars. My legislation, the Prove It Act, is a common-sense bipartisan solution that creates a pathway for business owners to advocate for themselves in the regulatory process. That was Representative Brad Finstad of Minnesota who introduced this. Specifically, the Prove It Act would create ways for small businesses to raise concerns when regulations don't properly consider how the costs of the regulation will affect them. It would allow small businesses to ask for a review of the agency's work and make the government prove it is compliant. Next, it would stipulate that small businesses will be exempt from the regulation if the agency fails to comply with the review process. And lastly, ensure that small businesses can easily access guidance documents and raise questions to their regulators. Now, OOIDA supports the bill. Not only are small businesses the backbone of Americans' economy, they are the backbone of America's supply chain. Todd Spencer says over 70% of American freight is transported exclusively by truck. 96% trucking is small business carriers. Yeah, we support the Bipartisan Prove It Act to keep government overreach and burdensome regulations off the backs of the men and women behind the wheel that keep our economy moving. You had Representative Yadira Corraveo of Colorado and Nathaniel Moran of Texas served as original co-sponsors, stating we support the bipartisan coalition in the House that got this bill over the line, and especially Representatives Finstad, Caraveo, and Moran. Now, this congressional session is rapidly winding down. They say the Senate's probably not going to take it up before the end of this session. But passage in the House indicates positive signs for the bill returning next year. The bill would need to be reintroduced, but it would be greeted by a Republican majority in both the House and the Senate. And obviously it's the kind of thing that would be favored by Donald Trump because he is an advocate for a rollback of regulations. So that's right up his alley. So, again, maybe next year it'll be a done deal. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Israel's carried out dozens of airstrikes across Syria, according to Syrian media reports. Israel has said it will act to make sure weapons aren't left in the hands of extremists after the fall of the regime of Bashar al-Assad. The United Nations chemical watchdogs urged authorities in Syria to make sure suspected chemical weapon stockpiles are safe. White House National Security spokesman John Kirby told MSNBC the U.S. is doing what it can to encourage stability.
We are actively working in the region through counterparts at all levels to see what we can do in the United States to help foster a process led by the UN that can allow for a government to form, again, that meets the aspirations of the Syrian people, to make sure that we're all working towards that same end. Do we have a game plan right now? Do we have a framework now? Of course not. It's got to be something that we work together collaboratively with counterparts.
Mazen Gariba, head of the Syrian-British Consortium, says there is relief but uncertainty.
People have the feeling that the fall of Assad is the first step, it's not the final step towards democracy. And the reassurances that people want to see now are a UN-facilitated political process.
Police have charged a man with murder over the killing of healthcare boss Brian Thompson in New York. 26-year-old Luigi Mangione was detained at a McDonald's in Pennsylvania on Monday. US correspondent Kate Fisher reports.
Mangione was arrested after a McDonald's employee recognised him and called the police. He was found with a gun consistent with the murder weapon, as well as a fake ID and mask. Police say the weapon appears to be a so-called ghost gun assembled from parts that may have been made from a 3D printer. They said the suspect was also carrying a handwritten manifesto that criticised healthcare companies for putting profits above care. United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson was killed in a targeted shooting last Wednesday in Midtown Manhattan.
Taiwan says it's detected 47 Chinese military aircraft near the island in the past 24 hours. That's the highest number for a single day since Beijing launched large-scale war games 2 months ago. From Hong Kong, Laura Westbrook reports.
Taiwan had been on alert for the possibility of China launching military exercises. That's because President William Lai Ching-te made unofficial stops in Hawaii and the U.S. territory of Guam last week. During his stop in Guam, Lai called on like-minded countries to never bow to totalitarianism. Chinese authorities called Lai a separatist. China claims Taiwan as its own, to be reunited by force if necessary.
New Zealand is to ban greyhound racing over the injury rate in the sport. Government plans would see it wound down over 20 months, with racing dogs rehomed. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Like in fairly short order, we could be talking a port strike back in play along the East Coast and Gulf Coast. Word this past day that the busy ports have kicked activity up a notch in the month of November and December, when inbound cargo traffic is set to reach new records, according to the National Retail Federation Monday. Retailers had already been front-loading purchases due to the shortened holiday season and shipping bottlenecks worldwide, but the prospect of a mid-January port strike, coupled with possible tariff increases planned by President-elect Trump, has big importers accelerating their buys. The window to front-load goods on vessels arriving before a potential strike is quickly closing, they tell us. Then there are issues with Trump's promises to increase tariffs. According to Jonathan Gold, Vice President for Supply Chain and Customs Policy at the Federation, of course, the International Longshoremen Association Union and the U.S. Maritime Alliance at odds as of November, after temporarily suspending the strike in October. It could return. A strike could strangle activity at ports stretching from Maine to Texas once that contract ends just over a month from now, January 15. Now, October's three-day strike was the first large-scale strike at East Coast and Gulf Coast ports in nearly 50 years, which actually caused a summertime rush of imports into the U.S. Now, Trump's proposals for tariffs of 10 to 20% on all imports, 60% maybe on goods from China, kind of adding to some of the anxiety for retailers. Between September and mid-November, more than 200 companies in the S&P 1500 index mentioned tariffs on conference calls or at investor events as an issue on their mind. course, Trump promising 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico, a further 10% tariff on China, unless those countries clamp down on illegal immigration and the fentanyl flowing into the United States. Gold said shippers are moving up as much cargo as they can before this all unfolds. The Retail Federation counts the country's largest shippers, Walmart, Target, and Lowe's, among its members. Said in a Monday report they expect November container volumes to hit a record 2.17 million 20-foot equivalent units, or TEUs, up 14.4% from a year ago. December volumes are forecast at a record of 2.14 million TEUs, again up 14% year over year. Shoppers could lose up to $78 billion in annual spending power if those tariff proposals on all imports are actually implemented, according to a previous study by the National Retail Federation. There's a lot of debate on the impact of tariffs, but Trump the other day actually did admit tariffs could possibly impact prices on some goods. In other words, costing us more, as he put it. See what's going on with Knuckle Buster here on a Tuesday morning.
Good morning, Mr. Steve Summers, and a big shout out, Semper Fi, to Truck and Field, and to Mr. Steve Summers also. Well, let them go on strike. January's always slow anyway. I mean, it's after Christmas. Ain't much freight moves anyway in January. It don't usually really pick up until around the 1st of March or 1st of April. So, I'm just curious. See, I don't even know how to spell yodel or even what the definition of it would be, but if Horse Feathers would get on the air and demonstrate it for us, then maybe we could imitate him like, hey, CTT, what day is it? What day is it? It's tater tot day, Steve. Because, that tater ain't no good without them tots, right?
Okay. So you cannot answer the question if someone were to yodel in the hills of Tennessee, if there would be an echo. You're not sure.
I don't know. I don't live in Tennessee. I live down there in Mississippi anyway. So, well, since I'm in Florida, I read that Ron DeSantis is getting called hypocritical over his rush to fill Republican House seats there. And I think he's doing that to so that he can take over that job inside Trump's administration. And then, so I don't know. I mean, I don't think it's hypocritical. I mean, if it was a Democrat, they'd be in a rush to fill them too,
Mm-hmm. That is true.
Yep. So, I read where Toyota's basketball-loving robot scores a Guinness World Record for the longest shot. And that was on the drive there, Steve. You reckon he could outshoot Shaq or Larry Bird? I don't know. He might be able to. I don't know if he can move as good as they do.
That'd be interesting to see him on a one-on-one matchup.
Yeah, well, they could do that. I bet Shaq or Larry Bird would tear him up there. Steve, somebody asked me, how do I sleep at night knowing Alabama is not in the playoff? I sleep damn good, see.
Sleep like a baby.
Some of the best sleep I've had in a while there. That's on my book. I'm going to wait on Horse Feathers to get in and
give us a yodeling demonstration. I don't know about that. It's never been a yodeler. But it's 844-844-3388. Hey, if you're rolling out west, heads up, the Santa Ana winds begin to kick up overnight tonight. Through the day Tuesday into Tuesday night over Southern California. Now, forecasters say it's not going to be an extreme wind event, but there will be some risks to lives and property. We've got a building area of high pressure across the Great Basin that'll be the driving force behind the gusty winds. The rising pressure forces that rush of wind over the ridges, down the slopes, and through the northeast to southwest oriented valleys and canyons in Southern California. From now to Tuesday night, wind gusts from the northeast in many areas will range from 40 to 60 miles per hour. That is enough to break tree limbs and bring down power lines. Wind gusts for this event could approach 90 miles per hour. Now, when power lines come down, sparks are sometimes produced that can trigger rapidly growing wildfires. Thus, there are red flag warnings in Southern California. Those working with power equipment need to use caution. Gust will be strong enough to knock over outdoor grills or carry embers from campfires to dry brush areas where a fire can start and spread quickly. Where those winds blow across highways, they can topple high-profile vehicles, 18-wheelers, campers, box trucks. Of course, the winds will topple or blow away holiday decorations. Due to the topography, much of downtown L.A. will be protected from the strong winds, but moderate gusts could reach all the way to the coast, like Oxnard and Newport Beach. These dry northeasterly winds will help warm up much of Southern California on Wednesday. Los Angeles are projected to rebound to the mid-70s by the middle of the week. By that point in time, the area of high pressure will have moved well inland over the west, and the strong winds produced by rising pressure will ease. All right, looks like breezes will pick up from the south and west by Thursday as a storm moves in over the Pacific Northwest. That's going to be bringing some cooler air, lower elevation rain, and mountain snow to Northern California by Thursday. See what's going on with Sundance. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Steve.
What's that?
How you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank you.
Oh, nothing. Good. Hey, you know I called you last week?
I think you did a couple of times, if my memory serves.
Yeah. Did I get on the air?
You did not.
Okay. So, are y'all curbing free speech on this channel?
Yeah, I know I'm not curbing free speech. I look, and if I feel someone might have something to actually contribute, I'll take the call.
Okay. Because I sit on hold, and I got to listen to people call in after I called, and then they call back and get on again. I think we should have a rule to where you got to go through everybody before people get back on twice. Would that be fair?
Well, I mean,
so we can have a conversation on here.
Seeing as I run the program, no, I actually, on occasion, I think on 2 occasions, I actually hung up on you and put you on the blocked list so you couldn't call.
Well, why would you do that, Steve?
Well, I gave you the answer to the question. If I feel like you would have something positive to contribute to the show, and more often than not, you don't.
Because it doesn't agree with you?
Well,
you're
no.
a listening audience?
No, just because most of the time it's ignorant blabber that makes no sense and is oftentimes untruthful.
What have I been untruthful about?
Sundance, I don't have to answer the question. I mean, everyone in the listening audience knows very well.
Okay.
I've been, I mean, every time when I do take your call, if you'll go over to the chat room, you see so many people saying, why do you even allow this joker to be on the air? Stop taking his calls. You have nothing to contribute to the program.
Right, but it's free speech, and that's all. Y'all talk about free speech. Let me have my free speech. If you don't agree with it, that's fine.
That's not the way. It's not the way it works.
Fine.
You can say what you want, where you want, whenever you want, but I don't have to take your calls. Just because someone dials this number, I do not have to take your call.
Right. I got you. I understand that's your prerogative.
That's correct.
But it goes against what y'all talk about. Right. And I, here's what y'all do. Heat wave out there. He knew so much about this guy that got killed on the train. He knew about his parents, the life, he knew about his parents weren't taking care of him. He knew all of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But he didn't know he was black. Really? He said that? He didn't know the guy was black? But he knew all that other stuff. But he just didn't, because he didn't look for it? Or, see, that's the problem. Y'all are lying to yourself.
Y'all are lying.
And this guy, this guy that shot the corporate guy?
See, and this is why I don't take your calls. Sundance, this is why I don't take your calls. When this incident first occurred, I think when you first hear someone's name, nobody knew what color they were, but they had to make an issue about his color. I didn't know what color he was until after the fact, and then it became a race issue that a white guy murdered a black guy. That's what he was referencing.
How long did it take you to figure it out that he was black?
Well, it had
the incident to when you found out it was a black guy.
At some point, I don't know. At some point, it had to come up as an issue. When you first heard the
within a week,
when you first heard the news, did you know what color the guy was? But why does
I didn't care what color the guy was. That's the difference between you and me.
Neither did Heatwave. Is that not exactly what he said? I don't care what color the guy was, white or black. It doesn't matter. And I'm going to put you on the snooze list so he can't bother me again. I mean, he asked a question, I give an answer. Just because, there is a minister is on the absolute permanent banned list. Unless he gets a new phone number, which he's done several times, I don't take his call. If he wants to call and waste time and hold, I've let him hold for hours. Sundance, I openly admit, I'll see your name there, and I'll bypass you. I'll actually go to break and not take your call. I'll sit here and not take any calls before I'll take your call. And that's my prerogative. Nothing beneficial to add to the program. End of story.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com. Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
All right, moving on. Hey, Sundance, I challenge you. I challenge you to Dial up, say, Sean Hannity, Mark Levin, dial up Glenn Beck, any conservative program that actually takes callers. You'll never get 10 seconds of airtime on any of those programs. Never. All right, meanwhile, separately, it's looking more and more like Pete Hegseth may actually get confirmed. Republican Senator Joni Ernst announcing this past day that she will now be supporting Hegseth through the confirmation process to become the next Secretary of Defense. She had been maybe the most prominent Republican that was holding back on backing him. Ernst says, I think for a number of our senators, they want to make sure that any allegations have been cleared. And that's why we have to have a thorough vetting process. After a meeting with Hegseth this past day, she said, I appreciate Pete's responsiveness and respect for the process. Following our encouraging conversation, Pete committed to completing a full audit of the Pentagon and selecting a senior official who will uphold the roles and the value of our servicemen and women based on quality and standards, not quotas. As I support Pete through this process, I look forward to hearing a hearing based on truth, not anonymous sources. Hegseth described the meeting he had with Ernst as very good, said they connected on a number of issues like combat veterans who want what's best for the military. Now, last week, NBC News ran a story based on 10 anonymous sources who either currently work or formerly worked for Fox News, who said Hegseth drank alcohol in excess at times. He refuted the allegation during an interview with Megyn Kelly, arguing people should check the tape regarding whether he's ever drunk or hung over on the air. Kelly noted, I did see every single member of Fox and Friends that went on the air and said the story was absolute BS. So more support, but yeah, James says Mark Levin would mop the floor with Sundance in 10 seconds, right? Sylvester, what's happening in the land down under?
Brother? Yeah. I'm on my way home, and you had to play that moron. Come on, you can do better.
Lord, I apologize.
Lord, I apologize. Yeah. So I want to school this chump a little bit first off. A private entity does not have to honor what you refer to as freedom of speech. Freedom of speech, as set forth by the United States Constitution, states the government, the legislature, shall make no law infringing on the people's right to the freedom of speech. Last time I checked, Steve, you were not the legislature.
No, I'm not.
No. So I don't know where he thinks that you have freedom of speech when you call someone's personal program. Get down. What a schmuck. Honestly, until you guys are talking about it right now, I didn't know the guy was black that the former Marine killed. I just know that he was doing something he wasn't supposed to be doing, and the young man chose to put him in a headlock to try to protect others, and then every time.
Mm-hmm.
So the best thing to do is just hold them until they got to a point where they could get the authorities involved. Sorry, you do something stupid, you pay stupid price.
Right.
You pay the stupid tax. And unfortunately, there are some people that have to pay the stupid tax, which includes debt. Anyway, it's a sad circumstance, but it's the way it is. So I heard him call, and I figured I'd school him about the freedom of speech, since he doesn't have the intellect to understand what it actually means. I figure I'd spell it out to him. I think I should write it down in crayon. What do you think?
That sounds like a plan, yeah. So how's your weather over there? It's more like it's spring. It's springtime, correct?
Oh, no, dude. Well, okay, you got to remember, in Australia, they have meteorological summer, which starts the 1st of December. So it is technically, in Australia, it is summer.
Wow.
So, and what is 24 degrees? About 85, I think. About 85, high humidity, lots of clouds. Now with blue skies earlier. But we were expecting storms tonight. Not like we get in the States, though. Look, and I love Australia, and I love Australians, but they just don't understand what weather is. They think, oh, it's hot, mate, and it's like 90 degrees. And then remember the song from the 70s, "Cool Change" by Little River Band?
Yes, sir.
That's Australia. It gets hot for a few days, and then they have a cool change.
Time for a cool
like
change.
We just had our cool change.
Right. Hey, I got to hit my news break top of the hour, but we'll be right back.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands-off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Israel's carried out dozens of airstrikes across Syria, according to Syrian media reports. Israel has said it will act to make sure weapons aren't left in the hands of extremists after the fall of the regime of Bashar al-Assad. The United Nations chemical watchdogs urged authorities in Syria to make sure suspected chemical weapon stockpiles are safe. White House National Security spokesman John Kirby told MSNBC the U.S. is doing what it can to encourage stability.
We are actively working in the region through counterparts at all levels to see what we can do in the United States to help foster a process led by the UN that can allow for a government to form, again, that meets the aspirations of the Syrian people, to make sure that we're all working towards that same end. Do we have a game plan right now? Do we have a framework now? Of course not. It's got to be something that we work together collaboratively with counterparts.
Mazen Gariba, head of the Syrian-British consortium, says there is relief but uncertainty.
People have the feeling that the fall of Assad is the first step, it's not the final step towards democracy. And the reassurances that people want to see now are a UN-facilitated political process.
Police have charged a man with murder over the killing of healthcare boss Brian Thompson in New York. 26-year-old Luigi Mangione was detained at a McDonald's in Pennsylvania on Monday. US correspondent Kate Fisher reports.
Mangione was arrested after a McDonald's employee recognised him and called the police. He was found with a gun consistent with the murder weapon, as well as a fake ID and mask. Police say the weapon appears to be a so-called ghost gun assembled from parts that may have been made from a 3D printer. They said the suspect was also carrying a handwritten manifesto that criticised healthcare companies for putting profits above care. United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson was killed in a targeted shooting last Wednesday in Midtown Manhattan.
Taiwan says it's detected 47 Chinese military aircraft near the island in the past 24 hours. That's the highest number for a single day since Beijing launched large-scale war games 2 months ago. From Hong Kong, Laura Westbrook reports.
Taiwan had been on alert for the possibility of China launching military exercises. That's because President William Lai Ching-te made unofficial stops in Hawaii and the U.S. territory of Guam last week. During his stop in Guam, Lai called on like-minded countries to never bow to totalitarianism. Chinese authorities called Lai a separatist. China claims Taiwan as its own, to be reunited by force if necessary.
New Zealand is to ban greyhound racing over the injury rate in the sport. Government plans would see it wound down over 20 months, with racing dogs rehomed. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, the joy in Syria over Bashar al-Assad's ouster from power and his flight to asylum in Russia gives way to horror as efforts continue to find those people whose lives he upended during his 24 years in power. It is hard, given some of the images the world has witnessed from Syria since the weekend, to remember that when Assad first ascended to the Syrian leadership, he was considered a reformer, a man who could modernize his country after the brutality of his own father, Hafez al-Assad, who ruled Syria for nearly 3 decades. But Emma Beals, a non-resident fellow at the Middle East Institute and senior advisor at the European Institute of Peace, says now the last couple of days have put paid to any illusions about the nature of Bashar's own regime.
The flip side of yesterday's joy is just utter sadness and tragedy as the full scale of what a butcher Assad was comes to light. And some of us knew that. We've been following in a lot of detail for many years, researching, these gulags and what was happening in them. But, watching them desperately try to get people out of Sednaya and the underground basements there, the secret prisons, just the scale of horror has just been astonishing.
Tomorrow, what to expect from Syria's rebel leader, now with his fingers on the levers of power in Damascus. He says he wants to unify the country and has put his jihadist past behind him. But can he be trusted? I'm Simon Marks.
To recap the top stories, Israel's carried out dozens of airstrikes across Syria, according to Syrian media reports. Police have charged a man with murder over the killing of healthcare boss Brian Thompson in New York. Taiwan says it detected 47 Chinese military aircraft near the island in the last 24 hours. And New Zealand is to ban greyhound racing over a period of 20 months because of the injury rate in the sport. That's the latest feature story news.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
right, rolling into a new day. Good to have you on board. As we turn the page on the calendar, 10th day of December. 15 days till Christmas. So Christmas time in the land down under. 85 degrees for Christmas Day, probably.
Yeah, it can be. I mean, I've seen it the 7 years I've been back. It's anywhere from 70 all the way up to into the 90s easily. It depends, how the weather's been.
Mm-hmm.
So, and the climate change. People go on about climate change. And, I want you to think about the winter that currently is happening in the States, right, in the U.S.
Yep.
It's pretty heavy-duty, intense, lots of frozen precipitation, isn't there? And, it used to be called global warming, and because that didn't suit, because it was getting colder in some areas rather than warmer, they just decided to call it what? Climate change. So, I had one of our do-gooders here at my work comment to me about the weather there in the States. It's been brutal, and weather, snow, the most snow on record in November, and I'm thinking, wait a minute, hold on a second. When I drove a truck over there, I remember in November of 1992 having, actually October of 1992, 42 inches of snow in Minneapolis on Halloween.
Mm-hmm.
30th into the 31st. And I said, wait a minute. It is not that unusual. Sure, it has been recently, but it's over the past several years. It is not that unusual to have this kind of weather.
Right.
But then people, you got to think about it too. These climatists, or whatever you want to call it, these people that worship the fraud that is, climate change. Probably people like what's his name, Sunspot or whatever his name is. People like that moron, believe anything, and then they'll tell you, well, you can't go by the weather because it's not the weather, it's the climate. It's not the weather. And then I go, but what are you doing? Every time there's bad weather, you go, see, climate change. What is it? Anyway. Well, my friend, keep up the great work and get those idiots, give them an earful, and do a good job. I was thinking the same thing. You said, people like Mark Levin, and I'd love to hear him call Levin or Glenn Beck or something never get on. And second off, if they did get on, it wouldn't last 3 seconds. I could hear Levin, wait, just stupid.
Right? And then click. That's it. Bingo. So 85 degrees. 85 degrees, December. That's the southern hemisphere. Summertime. Of course, here, winter has arrived. Teeth-chattering chill. Snow descending across the central and eastern states. It's been dry and mild out west, but it's just the start of the long season. So, a lot of folks wondering, was that first week of December a preview of what's to come? Meteorological winter started December 1. Astronomical winter kicks off with the solstice on December 21st at 4:20 a.m. this year. Yeah, the pattern across the country is going to flip around the middle of the month here, opening the door for some milder air to thaw areas of the central and eastern U.S. that had the early season snow. Meanwhile, rain and mountain snow returns to the west as storms from the Pacific roll through. AccuWeather's long-range expert says we're favoring heavier rain and snow in the Pacific Northwest and occasionally Northern California. A rather turbulent pattern may unfold during the week of Christmas, the start of Hanukkah and Kwanzaa. Several storms and the return of wintry conditions. It's going to turn colder for the Northeast, the Great Lakes, the Midwest, but not as intense as we saw here to start the month. If you're looking forward to ice fishing this year, be cautious. Following the December chill, the ice may not be thick enough to support heavy weight. The late December weather will be great news for skiers who plan on hitting the slopes over the holidays, especially out west, where more mountain snow is going to pile up. Alan Reed reports from Blue Mountain Resort in Palmerton, Pennsylvania, that they're preparing for the ski season. Snowmaking machines have been lined up to prepare for the skiers. Looking to January, the stormy end to the year continues right into the new year out west, where several powerful storms and possible the evolving pattern in January will also direct a few storms into Southern California, delivering some rain to L.A. and San Diego. This does not mean rain will drench the entire western half of the country. Drought continues across the interior southwest. Further east, the return of milder air will lead to a bit of a January thaw, which may help ease the heating bills at the expense of worsening conditions for the ski resorts. When the cold air does chill the Midwest and the Appalachians, resorts may need to rely on making the artificial snow to keep the slopes open. Looks like Florida will be a nice vacation spot this winter. Less than average rain, above average temperatures. It's expected to be warm along the Gulf Coast into the Tennessee Valley in late January. Severe weather may occasionally rumble across the region, feeding off the milder air and the moisture from the Gulf. Now, they're also warning that the weather pattern could reverse once again around the same time that we flip from January to February. They kind of use the description of a bit of a tug of war between warmth and bitter cold will be taking place. All right, speaking of Florida. Morning, Philip.
Morning, buddy. How you doing? I heard your little talk with Sundance there. Yeah, it's your program. We can have constructive criticism and sit around and have conversation and stuff, but we don't need to be like, my opinion's the best in the world. You know what I mean? We all can agree to disagree, but we don't have to argue about it, right?
Absolutely.
So, but getting to the weather there, they're saying down here that we're actually going to have a dry winter, which might mean that we might have some fires. So that's one thing that's kind of concerning them down here. Have you heard anything about that?
That I haven't really seen or heard, no.
Yeah, they're saying that we going into next year, it's going to be a different, I'm not sure if it's a La Nina or an El Nino year next year, which one it is, but a lot of the forecasters down here are getting kind of concerned with we might have a dry winter. If we have a dry winter, then going into spring, it's going to dry things out. We might have fires. So we'll just have to see how that plays out. Hopefully it doesn't. I mean, there's a reason why we have those hurricanes. That's the reason why we have a lot of those big storms, and I don't know about this deal with climate change, but it seems like to me with climate change, why is Buffalo getting 60 inches of snow the other day? Did you hear about that one? I mean, come on.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you think, Steve?
And they're looking for, another 40 inches coming up here over the next several days, Wednesday to Friday, and I could see 40 additional inches.
Yes, I mean it's all lake effect. We know the majority of it's lake effect.
Right.
But nature moves that water. It's no different than a hurricane. The same way with a hurricane, it's taking the water out of the Gulf of Mexico or the Atlantic and putting it on us. I mean, it is what it is. So it's part of nature, you know. But some things up here affect us, might not affect other places, you know, and it's the same way. Some places might have storms in the year, some don't. It's just the way the cycle of the planet is. You know, I don't think too many people watch the world map with the weather. You can actually see it on Tropical Tidbits and see all the weather moving across, and you can see how it is. So it's just the way things are. So, but what do you think about the Assad deal, Steve? You think he's over in Russia for permanent, or you think they're gonna get him, or what?
I mean, I think he's in Russia for good. I don't think ain't no coming back. I guess the big question is, who's going to take leadership? I mean, you've got the radical Islamists that are looking to capitalize and try to take the country over. And, of course, there are some calling for free elections to take place. But I don't know. I guess it's kind of a tinderbox right now.
Yeah, it is. I heard this last night, and I didn't even know that he did this. They said he gassed his own people. Isn't that some of the same kind of stuff that Saddam Hussein did to his folks?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, you know, I do hope they have somebody over there, either us or Russia or somebody, to go in there and neutralize any of those chemical weapons if they do have them. You know, we got to get that out of the equation, you know, and, you know, I imagine the guy's got quite a bit of ordnance that's been built up over years, but in the wrong hands, it can turn a lot of things crazy, and we don't want that to happen, you know, and that's the big thing. And we've also said that, we talked about it yesterday, about these terrorist groups. I think the group that took the country over, they're one on the terrorist group list, are they?
I'm not exactly sure who's in control there right now. I haven't paid enough attention to know who's ousted Assad.
Well, I heard last night that the group that's in charge, and it's I think it's HFD or something. It's 3 letters is the group that's in charge. But they're an offshoot of ISIS, and that's what's kind of concerning a lot of us over here is ISIS, because we know what those guys did.
Yeah.
And we don't need that back in there. We don't need that happening. So, you know, I'm happy that they've kind of reformed the government. In the hindsight, though, you got to be careful about what you wish for, because it might turn out to be worse than what you had before. And that's what they're going to have to look at. So, but nothing else going on down here, buddy. I appreciate your time, and thanks for having me.
All right. One thing I was kind of looking at is possibly another delay, they're saying, of the Artemis. Yeah, this thing's been plagued with one delay after another. We're going to have to wait a bit longer to see the first crewed moon mission. NASA announcing on December 5th that they're delaying the planned launch of the Artemis II, which is a flight that would send 4 people around the moon and back, not landing on the moon, to 2026. And Artemis III, a crewed moon landing that was targeted for late 26, is now bumped to maybe mid-2027. They need extra time to finish preparing the Orion capsule for those first ever crewed flights, according to NASA. Bill Nelson, in a press conference, said we and the industry and our international partners need this time to make sure the Orion capsule is ready to safely deliver our astronauts to deep space and back again. So Orion has 2 flights under its belt to date. A brief jaunt to Earth orbit back in 2014, then the 25-day-long Artemis I, which was an uncrewed mission that sent the capsule to lunar orbit and back to Earth late 22. Everything appeared to go well on Artemis I. However, post-flight analysis revealed that Orion's heat shield wore away more unevenly during its re-entry to the atmosphere than engineers had predicted. Temperatures inside Orion remained near room temperature, meaning that astronauts would have been safe had they been on board, but engineers need to figure out what happened. They've now come to some conclusions. NASA officials announced in a press conference the uneven ablation was a consequence of Orion's what they call skip re-entry trajectory, in which the capsule kind of bounced off the atmosphere and then came back in again. That strategy is used to kind of dissipate the tremendous energy associated with high-speed returns from the moon. But it had that unexpected downside on Artemis 1. We'll return after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, Eagle is back on board. Eagle, if you can't hang in there just a moment, I want to give back to Philip real quick there. Talk about the Artemis. Is the Artemis are they going to ultimately cancel this thing, or do you think it's going to move forward? Will we get to the moon via Artemis?
I don't think so, Steve. That program has just been over budgeted. I mean, they spent way too much money on that program. And thanks for taking me back. I think they spent way too much money on it. And the way things that Elon is doing with his program, I think he'll be further along than they will be in 27. I think Elon will have the ability to be already at the moon, in my opinion, the way he's doing things.
Okay.
But Artemis it's just a waste of money. We've tied up way too much money in that program, and they're just, I don't know what they're doing. They're just spending a lot of money, and they're delaying this out, pushing it out. This is the same thing, Steve, that we saw with the Starliner. Now, I don't know if you heard this recently or not. This is not to get off the subject of Artemis, but Boeing is talking about selling Starliner to another outfit if they want to buy it. Did you hear anything about that one?
I think I did a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, Boeing, looking to get back into pretty much just an airline company versus a space flight company.
Absolutely. Space is big money. I mean, you look at what Elon's doing out there in Texas, that's big money. He's got a lot of investors. It's big money. This Artemis program is the most of the budget for NASA right now. If you look at the budget, and you can go and look at the budget at any given time, they get a biggest percentage of the NASA budget goes to that Artemis program.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I know it employs a lot of people, and I know we want to keep our jobs, but we also got to show some kind of rate of return. And there's not much rate of return on that rocket. They took one rocket and went out by the moon and unmanned. But they've had problems with that heat shield from the beginning. And there's something going on that really concerns them about that heat shield other than that uneven wear. I think there's more to the story that we don't know that engineers know. So hopefully they can figure that out. But I don't want to see the program get botched, but the technology's old and they need to figure out something different. It's just way too much money we've been dumping in that for many, many years. I mean, look at how much money they spent. I mean, the launch tower, they spent 3 or 4 times what it was supposed to be in their budget. Now, when you go that far over budget, we need to bring the audit team in and figure why we went over that much budget. You know, I mean, it's our money. I mean, we paid them money for that. You know, so you got to have some kind of rate of return, and there's no rate of return. I wish Bill Nelson would look at that. I really wish Bill Nelson and NASA would look at that, because it's one of those things. The commercial companies today they're further along than NASA is right now. You know, you look at Elon, a lot of different companies are further along, and they're making their vehicles. So that's all I got, buddy. I appreciate you having me back, and I'll let you get with the Eagles. Thank you.
Thank you much for chiming back in there. Yeah, we're a couple minutes from news break, so yeah, Eagle, hang in there. Another big announcement yesterday: Google showing off a new quantum computing chip that they say is a major breakthrough that could bring practical quantum computing closer to reality. Now, what is quantum computing? A custom chip called Willow, they say, Google says, does in minutes what it would take leading supercomputers that exist today. Here's a new word for you: 10 septillion years to complete. Did you get that? In minutes, what current supercomputers would take 10 septillion years. It's not fathomable. If you tried to write that out, that's a 1 with 25 zeros after it. They said the time span is a mind-boggling number. Niven's team of about 300 people at Google is on a mission to build quantum computing capable of handling otherwise unsolvable problems like safe fusion power and stopping climate change. Okay. Willow is an important step in our journey to build a useful quantum computer with practical applications. New drug discovery, fusion energy, battery design, and so much more, they say. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Israel's carried out dozens of airstrikes across Syria, according to Syrian media reports. Israel has said it will act to make sure weapons aren't left in the hands of extremists after the fall of the regime of Bashar al-Assad. The United Nations chemical watchdogs urged authorities in Syria to make sure suspected chemical weapon stockpiles are safe. White House National Security spokesman John Kirby told MSNBC the U.S. is doing what it can to encourage stability.
We are actively working in the region through counterparts at all levels to see what we can do in the United States to help foster a process led by the UN that can allow for a government to form, again, that meets the aspirations of the Syrian people, to make sure that we're all working towards that same end. Do we have a game plan right now? Do we have a framework now? Of course not. It's got to be something that we work together collaboratively with counterparts.
Mazen Gariba, head of the Syrian-British consortium, says there is relief but uncertainty.
People have the feeling that the fall of Assad is the first step. It's not the final step towards democracy. And the reassurances that people want to see now are a UN-facilitated political process.
Police have charged a man with murder over the killing of healthcare boss Brian Thompson in New York. 26-year-old Luigi Mangione was detained at a McDonald's in Pennsylvania on Monday. US correspondent Kate Fisher reports.
Mangione was arrested after a McDonald's employee recognised him and called the police. He was found with a gun consistent with the murder weapon, as well as a fake ID and mask. Police say the weapon appears to be a so-called ghost gun assembled from parts that may have been made from a 3D printer. They said the suspect was also carrying a handwritten manifesto that criticised healthcare companies for putting profits above care. United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson was killed in a targeted shooting last Wednesday in Midtown Manhattan.
Taiwan says it's detected 47 Chinese military aircraft near the island in the past 24 hours. That's the highest number for a single day since Beijing launched large-scale war games 2 months ago. From Hong Kong, Laura Westbrook reports.
Taiwan had been on alert for the possibility of China launching military exercises. That's because President William Lai Ching-te made unofficial stops in Hawaii and the U.S. territory of Guam last week. During his stop in Guam, Lai called on like-minded countries to never bow to totalitarianism. Chinese authorities called Lai a separatist. China claims Taiwan as its own, to be reunited by force if necessary.
New Zealand is to ban greyhound racing over the injury rate in the sport. Government plans would see it wound down over 20 months, with racing dogs rehomed. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
Where we leave off there, let me see. Lines available at 844-844-3388. Shout out to Blade Runner this morning. A couple of emails, one of which is an update on the drone activity in the Northeast, which apparently is spreading. Give you more coming up here. First, I promised we'd get back to Eagle. Thanks for hanging in there. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah, I thought you dozed off on us. Yeah,
Yeah,
welcome
can you
back.
hear me?
Yeah, we got you. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, Steve, man, yeah, you know what I always tell you, Steve, man, I don't like to tell you how to run your radio show. You do a good job on that. I'm not gonna say too much about that guy. I think the guy is mentally disturbed or something's wrong with that guy. I think he really does have some serious mental problems. This guy who calls in that you had the nerve to, and I told you this before, call you out on your own radio show, ask you these different questions like you have to answer his question, something's wrong with that guy. My only thing I can say to him is he claimed he was in the military. You know, you need to go get you some help, my man. Go to a mental psychiatrist and find out what your problem is, because he obviously has a serious problem, Steve, and he needs to get some help from what I can say. So listen, I'm not gonna waste my time talking about him, because that's what he is, a waste of time. So let me get started on what's going on right now, Steve. Okay, with what the latest news that I've heard. Before I get to this shooter, New York City shooter, I want to talk about this other situation that occurred today too. I'm pretty sure you heard about it, and that was the issue with what's going on with Donald Trump and what's going on with the illegal alien situation there, where Trump says that you know, a lot of, especially in Texas, a lot of people are having this controversy about birthright rights, you know, where they're saying that Trump is saying that if the mother was here illegally and delivered the baby, the child still has to leave the country. He's not going to accept that the mother just because somebody is born here doesn't mean that they're a U.S. citizen. So there's a lot of people down in Texas raising hell about that, saying that it's not right that they are American citizens. But one guy said that they even did that because of slavery or something. That's what some guy, they made this a long time ago, back, you know, 200-300 years ago when they made the laws. I don't know the complete reason why they made this rule, but I was always told if you were born in the U.S. or U.S. soil, you're a U.S. citizen, whether your mother or father is here illegally or not. But apparently, maybe people have misinterpret the rule. It might be true, it might not, I don't know, but we'll see when all hell's gonna break loose, you know, if when that starts occurring like it did when he was in the White House the first time. So we'll see what happens when him and home and get in and what they're gonna do about that situation. It could get real ugly. I believe things can get real ugly, especially if you want to separate families, women and kids. And Democrats, they're going to look for anything they can to try to make this situation stop the situation. Now, okay, Steve, let's talk about this shooter in New York, this New York shooter right quick. Okay, so now after I had talked to you last night, I had told you I thought they might take a couple of more days, maybe weeks, to find out who this, get their hands on this guy. And but as I was driving today around about 12 or 1 o'clock, a news bulletin comes across my radio saying that they think they got a suspect in Pennsylvania, at 300 miles of Altoona, Pennsylvania. I've been there before, about 300 miles away from New York. They claim that they found this guy at a McDonald's restaurant eating a meal. Okay, now there's several things, like I said, Steve, it doesn't add up about this situation with this guy. First thing is they say that he still has the gun, the same gun that they claim he used to shoot this man. Mm-hmm. He's still carrying this gun when they found him in the McDonald's. Why wouldn't he have ditched that gun a long time ago? They even had the police in New York going through Central Park, the river, looking for the damn gun in the last couple of days. Any man that was done that, they would have ditched that gun a long time ago. The second mistake that this idiot made, if he's the real shooter, the second thing that they said that they found out, Steve, is that this guy here still had the same fake ID, found fake ID identifications on this idiot. He had fake identification, the same that he had used to get into New York and get this hotel room or wherever the hell he was staying at. Okay, now all that don't make sense, Steve. Why? And see, here's the reason why I don't think it's strange is because this guy was a very intelligent guy. He was, if this is the real guy, he was valedictorian of his high school. Mm-hmm. He went to Penn University, one of the best universities in the U.S. Ivy League school, as they like to say. This is not no stupid man. This is a very smart individual. And you would have thought that he would have known all these things to get rid of these items that he had used to kill this guy. So I don't know what, motivated it. Oh, yeah, as a matter, they said that he had a manifesto. Now, who's walking, let me ask you this, who's walking around with a manifesto, Steve? He explaining why he did what he did, conveniently has a manifesto with him when the police catch up to him in McDonald's. So I just don't know what's going on. Like I said, it don't look like the same dude. The second video that they came out with, yeah, that's the same guy that with the big smile on his face. But that guy that walked up behind that other guy, that don't look like the same dude that's in the first video that shot this guy. But maybe he is, maybe not. I don't know. But I'm just saying that's the conspiracy they got going on the internet, that this guy got framed, he got set up. I don't know. Like I said, hopefully they got the right guy and get the guy off the street. That's the main thing. We got somebody off the street, and we don't have to deal with this guy no more. Hopefully we don't have to talk about him no more. So we'll see how it turns out the next day. It'd be very interesting to hear what comes out in the next couple of days about what he had in this manifesto,
right,
and what he had to say about what was his motivation for shooting this guy. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Yeah, motivation. That's he felt like the insurance industry were a bunch of scum. He referred to them as parasites. I mean, he may have been too smart for his own good. I mean, valedictorian, as we mentioned earlier. Yes, just being a smart individual doesn't necessarily mean you have a whole lot of common sense. I mean, Washington, D.C. is full of highly educated doctors, lawyers, master's degree holders who don't have a lick of common sense. Being a smart individual does not make you a smart criminal, per se. And who carries around a manifesto? Well, I would say someone who's probably expecting at some point to be caught. Meanwhile, latest on the drones. Blade Runner forwarded this out of Philadelphia. The mystery continues to broaden. People from all across the Delaware Valley up into northern New Jersey reporting these clusters of drones for several weeks. Numerous reports sent to Action News about flying objects in media in Broomall, Delaware County, as well as in Philadelphia's Mayfair section and Cherry Hill, Camden County. We've been asking local and federal officials if they can offer an explanation. Simply put, so far, the answer is no. We spoke with Maureen Rush, who is a 45-year law enforcement veteran and president of the Philadelphia Police Foundation. She says it's important to note many of these sightings include commercial-grade drones, some as large as small airplanes, not the kind used by hobbyists. Yeah, my other concern is that there are multiple sightings. They're almost in a flock. If these were geese, they'd be in a flock. And that's what's really unnerving for people. Over in New Jersey, Governor Murphy has publicly stated this activity does not pose a public safety threat, but he's offered little else regarding an explanation. State Senator Doug Steinhardt said that's not good enough. I'd be happy with an explanation that we've looked at it, but we don't have information. Or for law enforcement to say it's an ongoing something or other, that's as much as we can tell you. But we're not even getting that, which is unfortunate. And he's not just speaking as a lawmaker. He's speaking as a witness, he said. I walked out on my front porch last night and I saw it would look like drone activity to me. And I've seen airplanes across the sky before. This was not that. He has since sent letters to fellow lawmakers, including Governor Murphy, requesting they convene a bipartisan panel to discuss this. The FBI, they say, is involved. Now, the other story was out of New Jersey once again. Glenn Beck was talking about this yesterday. Some of these concerns about drones, the proximity to President-elect Trump's Bedminster golf course, the Picatinny Arsenal, a U.S. military research and manufacturing facility. In response, appearing since mid-November and usually returning on a daily basis, flying in formation. The FAA has even issued temporary flight restrictions over Bedminster Golf Course and the Arsenal. FBI and Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas does not make Glenn Beck feel any better. To which he says, does anybody think Mayorkas has any credibility whatsoever? He's like, well, I don't know what's going on. Pointing out that Mayorkas also didn't know what was going on at the border. The FBI, as well as New Jersey law enforcement, have given similar statements claiming they don't know where these drones came from or what their purpose is. Glenn has some theories, however, that could very well be surveillance on the average American because they're doing police work. Or it could be our government. The sheer size of these drones, some reportedly as big as cars, are likely not owned by hobbyists. He said, I think this is most likely our government. Second, most likely this would be like a China balloon kind of thing. The Chinese military drones that are these gigantic fields. And they've demonstrated, they've released video, thousands of them flying information. God forbid we get into World War III. Our aircraft carriers are going to be the horses of World War I. His co-host thinks it wouldn't even take military personnel or government officials to pull off a drone attack. A lot of normal people could put that together with not that much effort, calling that prospect terrifying. Glenn then recalls an equally terrifying memory in which a man demonstrated how drones will be the next weapon of war. But again, not really getting any answers. But many saying, Glenn also, he pointed out the fact that if it is the government doing whatever it is, just kind of like that representative said, say, all we can tell you is, don't worry about it. We know what it is. That's all we can say. But we're not even getting that. All right, Pappy joins us here on a Tuesday. What's happening?
What's happening, Steve? Man, I missed the first about 2 hours. I tuned in right when you took Sundance's call. Anyway, Steve, I wrote a couple things down so I wouldn't forget. Number one was the drones. Number two was the gunmen being captured. Number three was Trump from Eagles call. And actually, the first thing I wrote down was the Romania election. So let's start with the drones. Steve, what the hell is going on here? These things have made national news now. Everybody knows they're out there.
Mm-hmm.
And it's still happening.
Night after night.
So, night after night. So, if this was some novice, and I think I said something a couple weeks ago, what's the size of these things? We finally found out. I think I said if they're the size of a car, it's probably not some novice backing one out of his garage to fly this thing, right?
Yep.
So this is probably government or terrorists. And if it's the terrorist, it's a scary thought because they know, like I said, this is making national news. We know they're up there. And are they still flying these things knowing that there's not a damn thing we can do about it? Think about it, Steve. How are you going to shoot these things down? This is over a populated area. It's not like you're just going to start letting the lead fly.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we know.
They're
every law enforcement agency, damn near in the country now, has their own drones. Most of them a bit smaller, but these things have to land somewhere when they're up at night. Why can't they track at least one of them? Just follow it to the landing site.
Yes, that's why I'm leaning towards it's government, and they're doing something. Who knows what? Was it your show? Where did I hear this at? That somebody was driving by when they spotted these things in their car, and it changed the time on their car.
That is correct. Yeah, that was a story
when
that someone shared yesterday. The clock changed, and then when they left the area, the clock went back. Some sort of an interference.
Yeah. So, what's going on here? What are they doing? And don't think for a second they wouldn't experiment on us. No, so I don't know, but if it's making national news, everybody knows we're up there, and everybody's even encouraged people to photograph these things.
Yep.
And it's still happening?
Right.
Yeah, something's up. Real quick, to the gunman, Steve kind of proves that this guy was not no professional.
Yep.
Especially there's reports about this was a ghost gun made off a 3D printer. If that wasn't a suppressor on that thing and this was a ghost gun, that explains why it could have malfunctioned. Because these things are junk, Steve. No professional is going to use a ghost gun to go assassinate somebody. After thinking about it, Steve, I was like, dude, this guy had to go out and test fire this gun before he's going to take it on an assassination trip. So my thought is, as quick as he did clear that malfunction, he probably knew that gun was going to malfunction. He already tested it. He knew it's not working right. I need to be ready to rack another one in there. So that could be an answer why he was pretty quick at clearing that malfunction and getting another round in the chamber there. And Steve, I wrote this down right as you were saying this. Book smart doesn't equal street smart.
Bingo. Yep.
I think, listen, speculating here, but he kind of matches the description of a Democrat leftist that likes to go out and demonstrate and kind of lost his marbles and went a little bit too far. Well, a lot too far. So I don't know. Hopefully we'll find out here. Steve, if he's a whacked out leftist, they're going to try to cover it up. They'll put a red hat on him somehow or another. Eagle's got a point with Trump. I think what Trump was trying to say is all this talk about separating families, right? If you deport the parents, what are you going to do with the kids? Well, I say if you're deporting the mother or the father and or both, that kid should go with the parents.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the new border czar came out and said. I mean, you might not like what he has to say, but he's going to give you a straight answer. So if that's why Trump was saying, hey, man, just because, if you're a child here and we deport your mother, you're going with the mom. Well, they probably should, rather than separate the family. I think it would behoove Trump, when it comes to talking to the media, to concentrate on the illegal that are committing crimes.
Correct.
He needs to concentrate. The ones that aren't committing crimes, we're not going to discuss them right now. Our priority is getting these illegals that are committing serious crimes out of this country. Steve, what is up with Romania?
Now, until you
brought
typed that
anything
in,
up?
I had not seen or heard anything about that until you mentioned it on Facebook.
So apparently, they had an election, and the globalists got involved and just voided the election. Apparently, their existing president is an anti-globalist, spilled the beans on some of the evil stuff that these anti-globalists are doing. They had an election. He was reelected. Oh, but Steve, guess what happened? Supposedly, allegedly, Russia had some TikTok videos going around trying to interfere with the election.
No.
So therefore, they are saying there's total interference. This election is void. Sounds like big time shenanigans going on over there, Steve.
Yep.
And remind you, like I said on my little Facebook thing, Romania is a NATO nation. If they try to start any tiff with Russia, you follow me?
Yeah.
They're a NATO nation. Keep an eye on this. There's shenanigans going on. We got Syria that just went down. Have to see how this plays out.
And I think we lost our connection there, did we? All right. Hey, it's top of the hour, so we'll take care of the news break. Be right back.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Israel's carried out dozens of airstrikes across Syria, according to Syrian media reports. Israel has said it will act to make sure weapons aren't left in the hands of extremists after the fall of the regime of Bashar al-Assad. The United Nations chemical watchdogs urged authorities in Syria to make sure suspected chemical weapon stockpiles are safe. White House National Security spokesman John Kirby told MSNBC the US is doing what it can to encourage stability.
We are actively working in the region through counterparts at all levels to see what we can do in the United States to help foster a process led by the UN that can allow for a government to form, again, that meets the aspirations of the Syrian people, to make sure that we're all working towards that same end. Do we have a game plan right now? Do we have a framework now? Of course not. It's got to be something that we work together collaboratively with counterparts.
Mazen Gariba, head of the Syrian-British Consortium, says there is relief but uncertainty.
People have the feeling that the fall of Assad is the first step. It's not the final step towards democracy. And the reassurances that people want to see now are a UN-facilitated political process.
Police have charged a man with murder over the killing of healthcare boss Brian Thompson in New York. 26-year-old Luigi Mangione was detained at a McDonald's in Pennsylvania on Monday. US correspondent Kate Fisher reports.
Mangione was arrested after a McDonald's employee recognised him and called the police. He was found with a gun consistent with the murder weapon, as well as a fake ID and mask. Police say the weapon appears to be a so-called ghost gun assembled from parts that may have been made from a 3D printer. They said the suspect was also carrying a handwritten manifesto that criticised healthcare companies for putting profits above care. United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson was killed in a targeted shooting last Wednesday in Midtown Manhattan.
Taiwan says it's detected 47 Chinese military aircraft near the island in the past 24 hours. That's the highest number for a single day since Beijing launched large-scale war games 2 months ago. From Hong Kong, Laura Westbrook reports.
Taiwan had been on alert for the possibility of China launching military exercises. That's because President William Lai Ching-te made unofficial stops in Hawaii and the U.S. territory of Guam last week. During his stop in Guam, Lai called on like-minded countries to never bow to totalitarianism. Chinese authorities called Lai a separatist. China claims Taiwan as its own, to be reunited by force if necessary.
New Zealand is to ban greyhound racing over the injury rate in the sport. Government plans would see it wound down over 20 months, with racing dogs rehomed. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, the joy in Syria over Bashar al-Assad's ouster from power and his flight to asylum in Russia gives way to horror as efforts continue to find those people whose lives he upended during his 24 years in power. It is hard, given some of the images the world has witnessed from Syria since the weekend, to remember that when Assad first ascended to the Syrian leadership, he was considered a reformer, a man who could modernize his country after the brutality of his own father, Hafez al-Assad, who ruled Syria for nearly 3 decades. But Emma Beals, a non-resident fellow at the Middle East Institute and senior advisor at the European Institute of Peace, says now the last couple of days have put paid to any illusions about the nature of Bashar's own regime.
The flip side of yesterday's joy is just utter sadness and tragedy as the full scale of what a butcher Assad was comes to light. And some of us knew that. We've been following in a lot of detail for many years, researching, these gulags and what was happening in them. But, watching them desperately try to get people out of Sednaya and the underground basements there, the secret prisons, just the scale of horror has just been astonishing.
Tomorrow, what to expect from Syria's rebel leader, now with his fingers on the levers of power in Damascus. He says he wants to unify the country and has put his jihadist past behind him. But can he be trusted? I'm Simon Marks.
To recap the top stories, Israel's carried out dozens of airstrikes across Syria, according to Syrian media reports. Police have charged a man with murder over the killing of healthcare boss Brian Thompson in New York. Taiwan says it detected 47 Chinese military aircraft near the island in the last 24 hours. And New Zealand is to ban greyhound racing over a period of 20 months because of the injury rate in the sport. That's the latest feature story news. Ollie Barrett reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Okay, there we go. Crossing over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Tuesday, 10th day of December. All right, we lost our phone connection briefly. I'm going to get back to Pappy. This is what I was able to find, though. Again, until he mentioned, I hadn't heard anything about what's going on in Romania. But Romania's Constitutional Court, as they call it, the CCR, voiding the country's first-round presidential election results after independent, what they call right-wing candidate Colin Georgescu, I don't know how to say his name. Anyway, delivered a shock election victory, citing Russian interference. All right, details. Romanian President Klaus Iohannis declassified files from intelligence services that alleged Georgescu received unlawful foreign support. Now, he won 23% of the vote and would have run against the centrist Elena Lasconi, who won 19% in the second-round runoff. Georgescu declared no political spending and gained fast traction in recent weeks, largely off the back of a TikTok campaign that the CCR alleged Russia was behind. Now, for context, the Politico, the left bias, wrote about a month ago, Georgescu was almost unheard of inside his own country with no party backing and a low profile in traditional media. It also noted he's been highly critical of Romania's involvement in NATO and the European Union and vowed to end aid to Ukraine. Zero Hedge wrote that the vast majority of Romanians leans ultra-conservative. Now, earlier this year, the mainstream media reported that an airbase in southeastern Romania will become NATO's biggest base in Europe. Georgescu said, "We shall continue in the democratic manner. I ask very clearly for peace, for all things that we have to recuperate our democracy because democracy was canceled with this court." His opponent, Lasconi, condemned the court's decision more harshly, saying today is the moment when the Romanian state has trampled on democracy. It is not about me. The economy is collapsing. You are destroying democracy. You are leading the country into anarchy. Politico emphasized how unknown Georgescu was in Romania and how 25,000 pro-Georgescu TikTok accounts burst into action 2 weeks before the election. Now, they also included a quote from Russia, which denied it had interfered. I don't know, but yeah, so the whole NATO thing is pretty big, so sounds like he may be inclined to want to get out of NATO.
Yeah, Steve, there's definitely shenanigans going on. Somebody wrote another article. I'm not sure if that came out on X. I thought I emailed it to you. He was coming out big time against the globalists. Are they trying to, the same thing in Syria, what's going on right now? You got Israel trying to kind of move in, so to speak, a little bit on the southern end. You know, you got Turkey trying to move in on the upper end a little bit. So, I mean, destabilizing Romania, I mean, could that cause Putin maybe to think, hey, well, you know, might want some of that? And then being a NATO country could cause big problems.
Yeah, right.
Anyway, real quick, Steve, I thought it was pretty kind of disgraceful for Sundance to call. Steve, you have given that man more airtime, as much airtime as anybody else on this show, damn near. And we have heard over and over and over about his lawsuit against the trucking company that has taken his money, but he don't care about the government taking his money. He's all for that pay your fair share, right? And Steve, if I'm not mistaken, like Sylvester was saying, this is your show. You're not a government entity.
Right.
You got a sponsor. You have ratings to deal with. And if Sundance calls and it causes somebody to say, I don't want to listen to this buffoon, I'm turning the channel, that affects your ratings. So for him to say, oh man, I had to sit on hold for...
Right.
I mean, come on, Steve, this is your show. It's not the Sundance show. It's not Pappy's show. It's not Horse Feather show. It's not nobody else's show. If I call in all night, Steve, and you don't get to me, you don't get to me. I am not going to get upset. I'm not going to call you. Why didn't you get me on, man? What? Come on, man. He's acting like a kindergartner. All right, enough said. I'm out of here. Peace. Everybody hammer down. Stay safe.
All
Thanks,
right.
Steve.
That's pretty much the same thing Blade Runner said. He said, hey, Steve, thanks for setting Sundance straight. He's a boring, predictable, low-information liberal. If I wanted to listen to clowns like him, I'd be watching MSNBC instead of the overnight drive. Well said. Honda announcing late last week that the American division of the car manufacturing company is recalling almost 206,000 Pilot and Passport vehicles. Concerns of a potential for the vehicles to experience a fuel leak. In a Thursday press release, Honda revealed the Honda vehicle models affected by the recall are model year 2023 to 25 Pilot and 23 and 24 Passport SUVs. Some vehicles may have an incomplete connection between the fuel filler neck tube and the fuel filler pipe that could cause the two components to separate in a crash, allowing fuel to leak, increasing the risk of fire or injury. National Highway Traffic Safety Administration recall report confirmed the recall was caused by an out-of-sequence process of the vehicle's fuel pipe installation that prevented the fuel neck tube and fuel pipe from forming a complete connection. So Thursday, they announced the recall, which will include roughly 206,000 vehicles here in the U.S., will include a free inspection for the vehicle's owners, and that Honda will repair the Pilot and Passport's fuel pipe that may have been improperly assembled if necessary. Registered owners will be contacted by mail in January, being asked to take their vehicle to an authorized Honda dealer for a free inspection. The dealer will connect the fuel filler neck tube to the fuel filler pipe if it's found they have not properly connected. To date, they've not received any confirmed reports of crashes or injuries caused by this issue. It is 844-844-3388. Is that Uber Ed?
Hey, how's it going, Steve?
Morning.
Good morning to you. Have you ever heard of Tubi?
Tubi? Is that like a TV network or something?
It's a network on internet TV that has free shows free movies and free other stuff.
Okay.
Everything's free on it.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, they had a documentary on there that I was looking at the other day about remember the Waco case where they burnt them people in the building?
Right, absolutely, yes.
Okay, and remember the Oklahoma City bombing thing with Timothy McVeigh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, they're both connected. Okay. If you watch this documentary, you'll find out the government has lied to us ever since back then. They were them people. What had happened? They found a UPS driver had found a dud hand grenade in the delivery he was calling. He called the ATF about it, and they ended up going in, sending a guy in as undercover to investigate this, and they had planned to go in unsuspected. He said they had to go unsuspected while the cover was blown, and he told them when they were going to do the day they were going to do this, the cover was blown on the thing, and the guy that was undercover told the ATF not to do the raid.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they did the raid anyway, and the ATF killed a lot of people in there and blamed.
And just like magic, Uber Ed lost his connection. That wasn't on our end. He dropped off there. Who's listening in? So it sounds like something to check out. Tubi TV documentary. Everybody doing the Trump dance, right? Country music star George Strait jumps into the fray during a recent concert in Las Vegas, performing the Trump dance. Yeah, the latest instance of Trump's signature campaign boogie being copied by prominent figures since the election victory. Yeah, George Strait performed Saturday at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas when he busted out the Trump moves. Yeah, the Trump dance, which the president-elect typically performed to the Village People's YMCA during campaign rallies, is caught on big time with prominent sports and cultural figures. Several NFL stars have performed the dance after scoring touchdowns in recent weeks, including Nick Bosa of the 49ers, Zadarius Smith of the Lions, Calvin Ridley of the Titans, Brock Bowers of the Las Vegas Raiders. UFC champion John Jones did the dance during a recent match at Madison Square Garden that Trump was in attendance at. Argentina's president, Javier Milei, performed the Trump dance during a recent visit to Mar-a-Lago. Some of the left-wing media figures like ABC's late-night host Jimmy Kimmel have repeatedly mocked the Trump romp. But a sign that their control of the culture has significantly weakened the Village People's lead singer, actually, last week, Victor Willis, spoke out, giving his approval of Trump, using the song, saying, "The president-elect gets an A from me. I'm glad I allowed the president-elect's continued use of YMCA, and I thank him for choosing to use my song." He posted that in a Facebook post, and at the same time, he made a point that the YMCA is not a gay anthem, that many have kind of tried to allude that that's like the gay anthem song, YMCA. He said it is not. 19 past the hour, the right-wing nut Coming up.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
All right, hope your week's off to a good start here. Brand new day coming on. Into the right-wing nut.
Yes, right-wing nut. Yeah, just calling on Eagles call. The 14th Amendment was to set up an appeal of the Dred Scott ruling for the 13th Amendment. Hang on a second, I'm going to grab a cool beverage. That's better. 13th Amendment said no, can't be a citizen. The 14th Amendment says yes, if you were brought here as a slave and you had children and you were a child of a slave, then that's what gave you the citizenship of being an American. Now, the four things that I found that will deny you, well, the four things that give you the citizenship, and this is from the Italy, it.usembassy.gov. A child born in wedlock to two U.S. citizens. Dadgummit, I tell you what, I need something stronger than sody pop. A child born in wedlock to one U.S. citizen parent and one non-U.S. citizen parent on or after November 14th, 1986. Or a child born out of wedlock to an unmarried U.S. citizen mother. And a fourth one is a child born out of wedlock to an unmarried U.S. citizen father. Now, what it says is citizen.
Mm-hmm.
You have to be a citizen to have a child to become a citizen. So the illegal aliens that come over from Mexico or wherever from that are not citizens that have babies here, that doesn't qualify because they weren't slaves. So, yeah. Oh, excuse me. Oh, that must have been that adult beverage. So there's the answer to Eagles' question. So, anyways, in the manifesto, well, you know who else had a manifesto? It was that damn Unabomber.
Unabomber.
But I think he mailed his in, yeah. Yeah, he mailed his in, though. What the hell is this? A message saying I didn't know Wright could read. What the hell? I tell you what, them people out there don't give me enough credit. So, anyways, I know there was something else I was going to talk about, but I forgot what it was. Is it on your little screen there?
Let's see. Not really.
Damn.
You touched on it.
Well, anyways, yeah, I'm touched, all right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I touched on it. Yeah. So, anyways, oh hell, I got me another one here. What does it say? Right wing is a
nut.
Well, that dirty son of a.
Right is a nut. All right, there you go. Good to hear from you. It's 844-844-3388. Hello to Roki this morning. What did he say here a few minutes ago? He said, I actually enjoy listening to Steve and Sundance. Kind of reminds me of Mike Stevick and Archie Bunker. All in the Family, 1971. Let's see. Asking for prayers. Phil Robertson, the father of five, the outspoken follower of Christ, patriarch of the Duck Commander program, has not been on the Unshamed podcast for a few weeks due to illness. And Phil is not doing well, apparently, according to Jace. According to the doctors, they're sure he has some sort of blood disease that's causing all kinds of problems. It is accelerated. It's causing problems with his entire body. He has early stages of Alzheimer's. So if you put those things together, he's just not doing well. He's really struggling, he says. Now, he keeps saying, I'm going to get back to the podcast, but I'm like, well, Phil, you can barely walk around without crying out in pain. I'm like, your memory is not what it once was. Al says he misses it. There will be some days he's a little better, a little more with you. On other days, not so much. We're trying to do a lot of things to figure out how to make you more comfortable and maybe help with his memory, including doctor sessions. But what we're hearing is outside of some supernatural intervention, which I don't doubt, there's no curing what he has. Although Phil went duck hunting with his sons on opening day recently, he did not fire his weapon, nor did he say much. While he told Jace that he would call when he was ready to try hunting again, that day has not come. If he's unable to go duck hunting, that pretty much tells you all you need to know, according to Jace. If he were here, you know what he would say. He said, boys, the resurrection looms large as you get nearer and nearer to the end. Noting that while Phil may not be on the set of podcast, that the Phil chair is always there. I guess they kind of discussed that on their latest podcast episode, Prayers for Phil. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Israel's carried out dozens of airstrikes across Syria, according to Syrian media reports. Israel has said it will act to make sure weapons aren't left in the hands of extremists after the fall of the regime of Bashar al-Assad. The United Nations chemical watchdogs urged authorities in Syria to make sure suspected chemical weapon stockpiles are safe. White House National Security spokesman John Kirby told MSNBC the U.S. is doing what it can to encourage stability.
We are actively working in the region through counterparts at all levels to see what we can do in the United States to help foster a process led by the UN that can allow for a government to form, again, that meets the aspirations of the Syrian people, to make sure that we're all working towards that same end. Do we have a game plan right now? Do we have a framework now? Of course not. It's got to be something that we work together collaboratively with counterparts.
Mazen Gariba, head of the Syrian-British consortium, says there is relief but uncertainty.
People have the feeling that the fall of Assad is the first step. It's not the final step towards democracy. And the reassurances that people want to see now are a UN-facilitated political process.
Police have charged a man with murder over the killing of healthcare boss Brian Thompson in New York. 26-year-old Luigi Mangione was detained at a McDonald's in Pennsylvania on Monday. US correspondent Kate Fisher reports.
Mangione was arrested after a McDonald's employee recognised him and called the police. He was found with a gun consistent with the murder weapon, as well as a fake ID and mask. Police say the weapon appears to be a so-called ghost gun assembled from parts that may have been made from a 3D printer. They said the suspect was also carrying a handwritten manifesto that criticised healthcare companies for putting profits above care. United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson was killed in a targeted shooting last Wednesday in Midtown Manhattan.
Taiwan says it's detected 47 Chinese military aircraft near the island in the past 24 hours. That's the highest number for a single day since Beijing launched large-scale war games 2 months ago. From Hong Kong, Laura Westbrook reports.
Taiwan had been on alert for the possibility of China launching military exercises. That's because President William Lai Ching-te made unofficial stops in Hawaii and the U.S. territory of Guam last week. During his stop in Guam, Lai called on like-minded countries to never bow to totalitarianism. Chinese authorities called Lai a separatist. China claims Taiwan as its own, to be reunited by force if necessary.
New Zealand is to ban greyhound racing over the injury rate in the sport. Government plans would see it wound down over 20 months, with racing dogs rehomed. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
Right on the heels of Phil Robertson, Duck Dynasty, Duck Commander. Several days ago, word came down that in his prime, the legendary NFL wide receiver and Pro Football Hall of Famer Randy Moss had a penchant for helping prop up his quarterback's play with his preternatural skills. Well, in his second career as a broadcaster, Moss is asking people of faith to help prop him up. It was rather clear something was amiss when Moss offered a cryptic, kind of ominous message to fans prior to the December 1 edition of ESPN's Sunday NFL Countdown program. After showing off his panel mates, former NFL head coach Rex Ryan, former quarterback Alex Smith, and former linebacker Teddy Bruschi, Moss revealed that he was battling a mystery ailment, urging men specifically to make sure we get our checkups. He wrote via an Instagram video, "Go get your checkups. Prayer warriors, I need you. I'm battling something, man, and it's something internal," he says. "I just ask for all the prayer warriors out there to put their blessing hands on me and my family through these hard times." People were talking about my eyes last week. Your boy's going to get through it. I got a great team of doctors, and I got a great family around me, he went on to say. 5 days after that post, Moss's employer at ESPN provided an update, stating that Pro Football Hall of Famer Randy Moss will step away from Sunday NFL Countdown for an extended time to focus on a personal health challenge. He briefly addressed the matter at the start of the show, December 1. He said for nearly a decade, Randy's been an invaluable member of the team, consistently elevating Countdown with his insight and his passion. He has ESPN's full support, and we look forward to welcoming back when he's ready. Of course, he had carved out a Hall of Fame career, primarily with what he did on the Minnesota Vikings. Oftentimes controversial rookie Moss took the league by storm. And the New England Patriots, where a veteran Moss broke records alongside the legendary quarterback Tom Brady. Among those stints, Moss also suited up for the then Oakland Raiders, San Francisco 49ers, and Tennessee Titans. All right, with just weeks to go until the contract extension runs out, a coalition of shippers urging the East and Gulf Coast port employers and union longshore workers to please come back to the table, resume negotiations to avert another port strike. In a letter to the Longshoremen's Association President Harold Daggett and David Adam, Chairman and Chief Executive of the U.S. Maritime Alliance, a coalition of 267 trade associations led by the National Retail Federation, said that it is imperative for the sides to return to bargaining. Stay there until an agreement on a new pact is reached before January 15. We know significant issues remain between the parties. However, we continue to believe the only way to resolve these issues and come to an agreement is to actually stay at the negotiating table. Terminal operators and ocean lines representing the Maritime Alliance and the ILA agreed to that extension after Biden administration officials helped end the 3-day strike back in early October. Many said that was for political reasons, to get through the election, because it would look bad on the administration to have a strike like that. The union at the time quickly agreed to a 62% pay hike over the 6 years of a new contract. Port automation is the biggest sticker. Talks broke down November 13 over employer demands to bring in semi-automated container cranes the union said would eliminate some of the jobs. So that's been the sticking point, and they haven't really had any conversation since. The USMX and the ILA did not return emails seeking comment this past day. Companies continue to implement mitigation strategies because of the ongoing threat of a strike in mid-January if they do not come to a contract agreement. In a release accompanying the letter, the National Retail Federation, noted that the contract extension ends just prior to the transition to a second Trump administration. Kind of a not-so-veiled warning that Trump may act more forcefully in the event of a strike than did Joe Biden here several months ago. But all right, Gilligan, getting this week started. Good morning.
Good morning, Steve, and I thank you for taking my call. I think Sundance needs to do some research on that freedom of speech bit. Yeah, the government shall make no laws limiting speech. I can't remember the exact words, but it has nothing to do with radio shows and that sort of thing.
Right.
Yeah, you got a right to speak, but you don't have a right. You don't have a right to always be heard. That's been something that's been lost in interpretation for many years. Now, Wright brought up an interesting point. I didn't know that man could read. I thought he was illiterate.
Uh-huh.
I got to jump on horse padders. Old horse hockey has done it again. He said that great university, Marshall University, is out of Ohio. No, that's a homegrown West Virginia university. They're east of Huntington in West Virginia. They're on 64. It's kind of in between. I thought it was a little closer to Charleston. I haven't been across that stretch of road in a while, but it's there along 64 between Charleston and Huntington, West Virginia. And once again, heat wave. He's put in of a 72. No, that was in 1970. That plane crash.
Okay. I know you were talking about it just a few weeks ago. I guess it was the anniversary date, right?
Yes, it was the anniversary date of it. I think it was November 16th, if I remember right. Yeah, that was a horrible tragedy there. Almost the whole team got killed in that crash. Most of the coaches, it was like 36 players. Yeah, there was alumni there. There was boosters. There was 70-some people died in that crash. Yeah, I've watched that movie, and it's a very heart-touching movie. I mean, it'll hit you in your gut. You know, I don't know. I'm a Mountaineer fan. Have been pretty much all my life. No surprise. I'm a native of West Virginia, born and raised. Both mom and dad lived in West Virginia pretty much their entire life too. You know, but Marshall was never on the big time. You know, they was on the lower end, so it's kind of like you root for them anyway. You know, especially once you hear the whole story behind that. In fact, how I really became a Mountaineer fan back in the early 80s, I think it was 82 or 83 when he started. There was a man by the name of Derek Christian, was a linebacker from West Virginia. I know him, know his dad well, known him all my life, really. Derek's a few years older than I am. He started for West Virginia for 3 years. He was there when Hostetler was there in the early to mid-'80s. It adds something to it when you got somebody you know out there playing.
Mm-hmm.
And really, he's one of that million stories you could find of injuries kept him out of the NFL. His knees, he blowed his knees out, and nobody drafted him. They were still looking at him as a later draft, draft pick. But when he blowed his knee out to where he had to have a serious operation his senior year, I think he missed the bowl game even that year. He actually, that's when they gave up on him, unfortunately. That's got to hit home. What does he do now? He's been a driver's ed teacher for South Charleston High School, I believe, since he graduated. So I think that was either 86 or 87. So he goes from a possible MFL career to being a driver's ed teacher. Not exactly what you expect.
Right.
Yeah. But I still say question whether Wright read that I think Heat Wave read that to right. What do you think? I think that might be what it was.
Could be.
Well, I'm going to get on off here, Steve. It's a little foggy and a little just real light drizzle here on 220. I'm coming up out of Martinsville. I mean, it's not thick fog, but Timothy up here, I figure he's got some fog around his place here at Rocky Mount. I'm not that far out of Rocky Mount, but I've hit some patchy fog, nothing serious. Well, I hope everybody has a safe night, and I thank you for taking my call.
Hey, thank you for chiming in. Thanks for being a part of the program there, Gilligan. All righty, 844-844-3388 from FreightWaves industry headlines over the past day. In the wake of disruptive hurricanes, a major port strike, and a pivotal presidential election, trucking jobs increased in November, strengthening the belief that the multi-year freight recession is nearing an end. According to the latest numbers from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, nearly 3,000 trucking jobs were added to the economy in November, marking the fifth monthly gain this year and the third increase in the past 4 months. Dave Spencer, Vice President of Market Intelligence at Arrive Logistics, tells Landline that higher-paying spot freight likely increased after 2 hurricanes and the East and Gulf Coast ports strike caused significant disruptions in October. On top of that, President-elect Donald Trump's successful bid for a second term has left many in the trucking industry optimistic about future economic and freight conditions. Carriers were already headed into this year's peak season with a positive outlook. Spencer said more normal seasonal activity was present this year. He noted that some of the increase in demand could stem from atypical imports ahead of potential tariffs and that threat of another port strike. Overall, though, the data strongly supports that we are past the bottom in the freight market. I believe carriers are looking at this as a signal to begin adding headcount ahead of what appears to be a better market for trucking in 2025. At the very least, we are consistently seeing shippers back off from pushing for another round of discounts on contract rates going into next year that provides another boost of confidence to truckload carriers. While I agree there are green shoots in the market, a larger sustained recovery still seems a ways away. Given the capacity trends in the market today, I expect rates to kind of ebb and flow with a relatively typical seasonal pattern, probably through the first half of next year. All right, trucking jobs are down about 1,400 from a year ago, compared to the July of 2022 peak during the heart of the pandemic when so many had entered the industry. Since that peak, the trucking industry has eliminated nearly 40,000 jobs.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Arnold returned with vengeance to defend his 5-0 Pro title. The Milkman delivered a Florida Hot Farm title back to Pennsylvania. And Bomber's I Got This had it all under control in both halves of Region 2. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. It's this weekend. The NTPA Convention and Awards Banquet is this Friday and Saturday, December 6th and 7th. We've mentioned special awards a few times, but what are they? Well, the NTPA membership votes on a Puller of the Year from every Grand and National division. They also select a sled, rookie, crew chief, mechanic, and manufacturer of the year. And they choose regional, grand, and supernational polls of the year. WPI NTPA committees and partners nominate recipients for Official, Senpico Fan Cheer, Pulling Family, Larry Kester Humanitarian, Commitment to Excellence and Dedication, and the Kent Enderle NTPA Hard Charger. We'll begin our reports on all of these worthy award winners next week. But first, let's get to know the last of our 2024 Regional National Champions. Darren Bomber, Brookville, Indiana. I Got This, 2024 NTPA Region 2 Hot Farm Northwest Champion. The Bombers ought 6 first took aim at a Region 6 title and finished just 5 points back of Brian McConnell's Milkman's Mojo after scoring a win in Satsuma. On the northwest side of Region 2, the team got off to a scalding hot start with a second and then 2 wins, won by Joseph, at the newly expanded Arcola. I Got This didn't win again in the sub-region, but it also never trailed while piling on 6 more top 5 finishes, including another second in Monroe and 3 thirds. Tim Jones's Against the Odds hung the toughest at -19. Darren Bomber, Brookville, Indiana. I Got This, 2024 NTPA Region 2 Hot Farm Southeast champion. Maybe they need to change its name to I Got These. One title having been more or less secured by midsummer, the Bombers turned their attention to the southeastern subregion and resumed their winning ways in Washington Courthouse, Joseph, and Springfield, Darren, in July. But the Carrington's Endless was on top early with Connor's second at Van Wert and qualified for the Enderley after Brian's must-win at Lynn. At the finale in Greensburg, however, Darren was victorious for the 3rd time to forge a standings tie and claim the breaker on wins 3-1. Brian McConnell, Volant, Pennsylvania. Milkman's Mojo, 2024 NTPA Region 6 Hot Farm champion. McConnell hauled his 1066 to the Sunshine State for his first taste of NTPA competition and finished 7th in Ocala at 1.7 feet. Undaunted, he returned for the next night and won convincingly. A second and a first at Satsuma lifted him to 3rd in the standings behind Region 2 rivals Darren Bomber's I Got This and Brian Carrington's Endless. And there they sat for 10 weeks until the series resumed at Green Cove Springs. There, McConnell proved that unlike the Postman, the Milkman rings 3 times, and that victory followed by a runner-up clinched his first NTPA title. Hayden Arnold, Newcastle, Indiana. Wrapped up with vengeance, 2024 NTPA Region 2 5.0 Pro Stock champion. Arnold and his 50-20 opened their sophomore season together with a win out of the gate at Greenfield. But they were challenged by Chris Kane's Aces Wild, which got off to a similarly fast start, victorious in Rushville. Kane led for the season's second period, but never by more than 2 points, and Arnold narrowed and then reclaimed the lead with a pair of runner-ups in Lisbon and Urbana. Down the stretch, the lead slowly widened thanks to more seconds in Sandusky and the Findlay finale, and ultimately wrapped up a 2nd straight title. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I am John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Several other industry headlines we'll get to coming up here. First, we were talking earlier where Senator Ernst is now on board after having an opportunity to meet with Pete Hegseth, the defense secretary position. This past day, the Senator Rick Scott of Florida tells Newsmax that Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the pick for Secretary of Health and Human Services, as well as Pete Hegseth, Trump's pick for Secretary of Defense, and Tulsi Gabbard, Trump's pick for Director of National Intelligence, will all get confirmed after the hearing before the Senate in January. Now, Scott, appearing on Rob Schmidt tonight, said as far as Kennedy goes, he said, he'll be confirmed. He's a guy that's a serious person. He wants to make sure Americans are healthy. He's willing to say, hey, let's look at something. Let's get the facts. Let's educate Americans about the health of their food, the safety of their vaccines, the safety of their healthcare system. So I'm looking forward to working with him. We asked earlier in the interview when he was asked about Hegseth. Scott also replied with an affirmative, stating, I think he's a great nominee. I'm glad President Trump chose him. He's going to be confirmed. And then responding to a clip of former Trump National Security Advisor John Bolton, kind of balking at Tulsi Gabbard as the DNI nominee, he said, I believe she also will be confirmed. So it sounds like behind the scenes, of course, you've got the Republican majority in the Senate by what, three votes? Three senators? I think with the Senate discussions behind the scenes, I think they're pretty much down to where they believe the votes for Hegseth are actually there. Those that had been on the sidelines, particularly the likes of Ernst, who would now affirm she will be supporting him throughout the remainder of the process. All right, industry headlines. Multi-vehicle crash shutting down a southern Indiana interstate for hours Monday night as crews worked to clean up a spill involving automotive parts. I saw the video. This was a truckload of engine blocks and transmissions that ended up all over the interstate, I-65, between Caruthersville and Seymour. Several were injured, numerous engines and transmissions spilling onto the northbound lanes from that trailer during the collision. This was last week. All right, more recently, here we go. The Virginia Department of Transportation has awarded a contract to construct truck climbing lanes on I-81 to improve safety, they tell us. Officials awarding $61.4 million contract to build truck climbing lanes on Interstate 81 in Augusta and Rockingham counties near Wayers Cave. The truck climbing lanes will be added to the northbound and southbound directions of the interstate between the mile markers 234.1 and 237.9 in Rockingham County. Construction slated to begin early next year, they say. The I-81 corridor has some steep grades that make it a challenge for commercial trucks to maintain interstate speed. 81's program delivery director for the Virginia DOT says truck climbing lanes in these areas will help ease congestion and enhance safety for all drivers. Very good. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Israel's carried out dozens of airstrikes across Syria, according to Syrian media reports. Israel has said it will act to make sure weapons aren't left in the hands of extremists after the fall of the regime of Bashar al-Assad. The United Nations chemical watchdogs urged authorities in Syria to make sure suspected chemical weapon stockpiles are safe. White House National Security spokesman John Kirby told MSNBC the U.S. is doing what it can to encourage stability.
We are actively working in the region through counterparts at all levels to see what we can do in the United States to help foster a process led by the UN that can allow for a government to form, again, that meets the aspirations of the Syrian people, to make sure that we're all working towards that same end. Do we have a game plan right now? Do we have a framework now? Of course not. It's got to be something that we work together collaboratively with counterparts.
Mazen Gariba, head of the Syrian-British consortium, says there is relief but uncertainty.
People have the feeling that the fall of Assad is the first step, it's not the final step towards democracy. And the reassurances that people want to see now are a UN-facilitated political process.
Police have charged a man with murder over the killing of healthcare boss Brian Thompson in New York. 26-year-old Luigi Mangione was detained at a McDonald's in Pennsylvania on Monday. US correspondent Kate Fisher reports.
Mangione was arrested after a McDonald's employee recognised him and called the police. He was found with a gun consistent with the murder weapon, as well as a fake ID and mask. Police say the weapon appears to be a so-called ghost gun assembled from parts that may have been made from a 3D printer. They said the suspect was also carrying a handwritten manifesto that criticised healthcare companies for putting profits above care. United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson was killed in a targeted shooting last Wednesday in Midtown Manhattan.
Taiwan says it's detected 47 Chinese military aircraft near the island in the past 24 hours. That's the highest number for a single day since Beijing launched large-scale war games 2 months ago. From Hong Kong, Laura Westbrook reports.
Taiwan had been on alert for the possibility of China launching military exercises. That's because President William Lai Ching-te made unofficial stops in Hawaii and the U.S. territory of Guam last week. During his stop in Guam, Lai called on like-minded countries to never bow to totalitarianism. Chinese authorities called Lai a separatist. China claims Taiwan as its own, to be reunited by force if necessary.
New Zealand is to ban greyhound racing over the injury rate in the sport. Government plans would see it wound down over 20 months, with racing dogs rehomed. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, the joy in Syria over Bashar al-Assad's ouster from power and his flight to asylum in Russia gives way to horror as efforts continue to find those people whose lives he upended during his 24 years in power. It is hard, given some of the images the world has witnessed from Syria since the weekend, to remember that when Assad first ascended to the Syrian leadership, he was considered a reformer, a man who could modernize his country after the brutality of his own father, Hafez al-Assad, who ruled Syria for nearly 3 decades. But Emma Beals, a non-resident fellow at the Middle East Institute and senior advisor at the European Institute of Peace, says now the last couple of days have put paid to any illusions about the nature of Bashar's own regime.
The flip side of yesterday's joy is just utter sadness and tragedy as the full scale of what a butcher Assad was comes to light. And some of us knew that. We've been following in a lot of detail for many years, researching, these gulags and what was happening in them. But, watching them desperately try to get people out of Sednaya and the underground basements there, the secret prisons, just the scale of horror has just been astonishing.
Tomorrow, what to expect from Syria's rebel leader, now with his fingers on the levers of power in Damascus. He says he wants to unify the country and has put his jihadist past behind him. But can he be trusted? I'm Simon Marks.
To recap the top stories, Israel's carried out dozens of airstrikes across Syria, according to Syrian media reports. Police have charged a man with murder over the killing of healthcare boss Brian Thompson in New York. Taiwan says it detected 47 Chinese military aircraft near the island in the last 24 hours. And New Zealand is to ban greyhound racing over a period of 20 months because of the injury rate in the sport. That's the latest feature story news. Ollie Barrett reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Final hour, off and rolling. Hey, good morning to Bill, who chimed in via email here a bit ago. Following our conversation with Pappy about Romania and whatnot. And I think it was, who was it asking about, I think Eagle said, who carries around a manifesto? That was the question. And he did point out, remember, we knew that the Unabomber, and then, of course, I had forgot about that. But yes, the child killer, the trans there in Nashville a year or so ago, also had a manifesto. But we weren't privy to that one. Anyway, the cyber expert, guy by the name of Mike Benz, had a recent episode about Romania, Pakistan, and the CIA. It was very interesting. All right, anyway, enjoying the show, Steve? Thank you much, Bill. Good to have you on board. And from Bill to Truck and Phil. Right on cue. Happy Taco Tuesday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers. The Hot Shot Secret Nation and the great product of Stay Bill and the great Knuckle Buster. High of 46 at Fort Wayne. The same for Sterling Heights today. And I was glad to hear they acquitted Mr. Penny in the state of New York for protecting everyone on the subway. Anyway, safe travels. We are ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan, and back to Fort Wayne again. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. And almost right on cue, there's the Knuckle Buster. Semper Fi.
Semper Fi to you too, Mr. Steve Summers, and again, the Truck and Phil there. Steve, you got the Christmas shopping done?
We are done with the kids and the grandkids. I haven't got the princess anything yet, so no, I don't think I'm done.
Well, I bought Tennessee a new car, and she'll take care of all the kids and the grandkids. She'll just tell me what she bought them, and I'll tell them you're welcome on Christmas Day, right?
Uh-huh.
Well, here's some ideas for you. You can give the gift of crushing cars in a tank this holiday season, Steve. From $374 to $25.99. But you have to go up there to the frozen tundra up there, and I guess I'm going to pronounce this right, Kasota, Minnesota. $2,600 to ride in a tank, crush cars. Now, I believe I got better things to do with my money, and I'll stay down here where it's warm.
I'm with you there.
Well, you can, you can spend $17,000 and buy you the world's largest ATV, and yes, it's from Russia, Steve. It's nearly 6 foot tall, powered by a 4-cylinder Toyota engine, that'd make it a japper crapper, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
Yeah, all right. The SoCo ATV looks like a dangerously good time, but with add-ons, shipping and handling, and I don't know how much you have to pay the Russian guy standing guard over there. $40,000, Steve. That's chunk of change, buddy.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm going to congratulate Joe Burrow and company for beating those Arlington Rancheros, a.k.a. Dallas Cowboys, on Monday Night Football last night.
How about those Bengals? Yeah, they actually won a primetime matchup. I cannot believe it. They never win in primetime.
I know that's right. But anyway, Archie Manning, he wants his grandson, Arch Manning, to be drafted by the Dallas Cowboys when he heads to the draft. That'll be a couple years down the road. So does that mean that the Cowboys are going to be real bad for the next couple of years so they can get the first-round pick?
Yeah, I better hope not.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, y'all get ready. December 21st is coming. Get your anti-jail, get your Hot Shot Secret Section Eliminator, and get some Stabile in there, too, for your gasoline and stuff. Now, Steve, you don't have to answer this, but I'm going to tell Sundance, I don't know this for a fact, but if Steve wanted to argue with someone, he's just like me. He would just stay at the house if he wanted to argue with someone. So have a great morning. And had a great show, brother.
Thank you very much, Knuckle Buster. Yes, indeed. Yeah, December 21 is coming. The wintertime officially arrives. We were talking earlier about the upcoming months, on into January, February. And we kind of left off where the long-term models are kind of depicting February may be the return of the deep freeze. AccuWeather said this past day, the pattern gets interesting in late January into February. A storm track from the south central plains combining with a far northern storm track comes together in the Ohio and Tennessee valleys, producing some snow and ice for this region right on up into the northeast. The uptick in snowstorms could make February the snowiest part of the winter for some areas of the east, especially where there was no lake effect snow or snow squalls during the opening week of December. Then there's the polar vortex at risk in February, especially late February, that could extend our winter this year into early spring. If this unfolds, the polar vortex could unleash some of the coldest air of the season during the final month of meteorological winter. However, the month as a whole may not be quite as frigid in the east compared to here in December. Across the west, the storm track in February may retreat further north, focusing once again on the Pacific Northwest and the northern Rockies. Yeah, this is a shift from January when some storms are expected to reach all the way down into Southern California, but the long-term models all looking out. I hate those February storms because you get that warm-up, as the models are kind of depicting. You start to get a warm-up, a January thaw, and you begin feeling like, hey, maybe the worst of winter is over. And then Mother Nature unleashes the polar vortex. That's when we're all saying, I'm ready for this winter to be over, for crying out loud. All right, other news. The red food dye that's been off and on in the news for years. I mean, we drink it, we eat it. It's in our drinks, our snacks, our candies, our cereals. It may finally be banned by the federal government after years of concern that it has adverse health impacts, particularly on our kids. The Food and Drug Administration has said that they could soon act to crack down on the additive known as red number 3, red dye 3, which is derived from petroleum and used to provide a cherry red coloring in a ton of different foods. With Red 3, we have a petition in front of us to revoke the authorization board. We're hoping in the next few weeks we will be acting on that petition, according to the FDA's Deputy Commissioner for Human Food, speaking to a Senate Health Committee last Thursday. Red dye number 3 is in nearly 3,000 food products. According to the database by one environmental health group, Pez candies, our Marshmallow Peeps, Betty Crocker's products, Double Bubble chewing gum, like other food dyes, it adds nothing of nutritional value. It simply is to add color for marketing purposes. While the FDA said that this food dye, like others, such approved additives, is safe to consume if done so correctly, well, what is that? Red 3 has been found to be carcinogenic in animals. It's been banned for use in cosmetics since 1990. Many public health groups have linked it to behavioral problems in children. Pressure building on the FDA to ban the food dye, along with others that are routinely provided warning labels or are already banned in the European Union, yet still used freely here in the U.S. Last year, California actually banned 4 food dyes, including Red 3. Now, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Trump's pick for the next health secretary, has linked these food dyes to cancer and has been critical of the FDA for allowing certain substances in our foods, stating there is simply no reason for this chemical to be in our food except to entice and mislead consumers by changing the color so it looks more appealing. Frank Pallone is a Democrat who's a ranking member on the House Energy Committee, said in regards to the Food and Drug Administration about red dye number 3, with the holiday season in full swing where sweet treats are abundant, it is downright frightening that this chemical remains hidden in those foods that we and our children consume on a daily basis. It's as we said, Fruit Loops are just more appealing because of their pretty or bright colors. In the European Union, where these different food dye colors are banned, Fruit Loops will taste identical, but the color is very, very bland, almost a neutral tan kind of color, more like a Cheerios, because they don't have the dye. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Pick up there where we leave off. I'm looking at headline from Fox News. Trump was on Meet the Press over the weekend. I had forgot all about that. I meant to tune into that. Unusual platform, MSNBC. But during that interview, I guess ask about January 6 rioters. He confirmed he's planning to begin pardoning those involved as soon as day number 1 in office. Kristen Welker said, I asked the president-elect if he plans to follow through on his campaign promise to pardon those who attacked the Capitol on January 6, including the more than 900 who pleaded guilty to a crime. Trump responded, I'm going to look at everything. We will look at individual cases, but I'm going to be acting very quickly. Welker said, like, within your first 100 days? First day? To which Trump responded, first day. Yes, I'm looking first day. These people have been there. How long has it been? 3-4 years? Okay, by the way, they've been in there for years, and they're in a filthy, disgusting place that shouldn't even be allowed to be open. Guess referencing the conditions in some of these facilities they're being held in. So very interesting. Day number 1. On a case-by-case basis once again. Hey, good morning, Vic. How's your week starting out?
Oh, it's starting out pretty good. I won't bore you with some of the law enforcement things over here in Indianapolis, but I used to have a city cop that lived next to me. He was talking about the problems that they were having with kids downtown around the stadium area. I said, you got an old guy down there that's kind of involved in a lot of illegal activity? Well, yeah, I know a guy exactly like you're talking about. I said, there's your problem. It's not the kids. Well, now 7 years later, Indianapolis has decided all of these parties that are going on, they're kind of a lot of floating crap game, and they just kind of bounce from house to house over the weekends. So now they decide they're going to look and see where all this stuff is going on in the neighborhoods, and the parties are floating from place to place. And I thought, well, better late than never. But anyway, what I really called in about was I heard you talking about the food dyes.
Yes.
And the big problem with that was, you know, years ago, they used vegetable dyes. Now they're using synthetic dyes. And because they last longer and they're brighter and a lot of other things, because I don't know, like for the bakery people, you know, for the birthday cakes or whatever they are, they would be pretty hard put to come up with something. I can't imagine how they would be decorated, and of course, not like with the Easter eggs. It makes no difference if they're vegetable or synthetic, because I don't think anybody eats the shells. But that's where the problem is. The food industry, or FDA, approved a lot of this edible stuff to go to synthetic dyes rather than vegetable dyes. And there's a whole lot of money involved in that. But like the vegetable dyes, they're made from natural material, and the body can digest those. But the synthetic component, sometimes the body can digest them, and sometimes they can't. And that's where the problem comes in. And that's like, is Lobster the one that's driving for a bakery now? Talking about, I was thinking somebody had made a mention about palm oil several months back, and palm oil has what's called an insulin resistant factor in it. They could take it out, but they don't. But the reason they use palm oil is palm oil lasts longer in bakery products than some of the others, so it has a longer shelf life.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of stuff that needs to be addressed with the food that can prevent a lot of the, I guess you call it more of the chronic problems or anything of that nature. But the elephant in the room, I guess you would say, is that the difference between the natural, organic, or derived vegetable dyes, which they used for centuries, are these new synthetic dyes that have just came on the market here in the last few years. And like you'll notice sometimes you go in the store and they'll say like cinnamon, it might say actual cinnamon or cinnamon flavored, and when you see it says whatever flavored, you pretty well know that's a synthetic that's put in there to fool the body into thinking that that's the type of product it is. You know, all these, whether it's banana or orange or whatever. So, by and large, RFK Jr., I wish him a lot of luck. But you talk about fighting a big money deal. That's going to be a lot of money. There's a company out of New Jersey that's their whole business is just foods and flavorings, and most of them are synthetic. So, when I heard you mention that, I just, I don't want to mention the name on your air, on your show, because they probably wouldn't take too kindly to it or anything, but maybe they would, maybe they wouldn't, but just don't want to take the risk. But that's their main business. And Gilster, Mary Lee, do you remember the popcorn company and they might still be in business, down in Missouri? Or have you ever heard of them before? You see their trucks out there all the time. They're kind of a wine and a white color. Well, they produce popcorn for a lot of places, and they use some artificial butter flavoring on theirs. And butter has a component in it that can give you skin disease naturally. Well, when they used the synthetic stuff, they had a heck of a problem down there. Their workers were getting respiratory problems.
Mm-hmm. I remember the guy that ate the microwave popcorn like on a nightly basis that died from something. Popcorn. What was that called? Hold the thought. Be right back.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Israel's carried out dozens of airstrikes across Syria, according to Syrian media reports. Israel has said it will act to make sure weapons aren't left in the hands of extremists after the fall of the regime of Bashar al-Assad. The United Nations chemical watchdogs urged authorities in Syria to make sure suspected chemical weapon stockpiles are safe. White House National Security spokesman John Kirby told MSNBC the U.S. is doing what it can to encourage stability.
We are actively working in the region through counterparts at all levels to see what we can do in the United States to help foster a process led by the UN that can allow for a government to form, again, that meets the aspirations of the Syrian people, to make sure that we're all working towards that same end. Do we have a game plan right now? Do we have a framework now? Of course not. It's got to be something that we work together collaboratively with counterparts.
Mazen Gariba, head of the Syrian-British Consortium, says there is relief but uncertainty.
People have the feeling that the fall of Assad is the first step. It's not the final step towards democracy. And the reassurances that people want to see now are a UN-facilitated political process.
Police have charged a man with murder over the killing of healthcare boss Brian Thompson in New York. 26-year-old Luigi Mangione was detained at a McDonald's in Pennsylvania on Monday. US correspondent Kate Fisher reports.
Mangione was arrested after a McDonald's employee recognised him and called the police. He was found with a gun consistent with the murder weapon, as well as a fake ID and mask. Police say the weapon appears to be a so-called ghost gun assembled from parts that may have been made from a 3D printer. They said the suspect was also carrying a handwritten manifesto that criticised healthcare companies for putting profits above care. United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson was killed in a targeted shooting last Wednesday in Midtown Manhattan.
Taiwan says it's detected 47 Chinese military aircraft near the island in the past 24 hours. That's the highest number for a single day since Beijing launched large-scale war games 2 months ago. From Hong Kong, Laura Westbrook reports.
Taiwan had been on alert for the possibility of China launching military exercises. That's because President William Lai Ching-te made unofficial stops in Hawaii and the U.S. territory of Guam last week. During his stop in Guam, Lai called on like-minded countries to never bow to totalitarianism. Chinese authorities called Lai a separatist. China claims Taiwan as its own, to be reunited by force if necessary.
New Zealand is to ban greyhound racing over the injury rate in the sport. Government plans would see it wound down over 20 months, with racing dogs rehomed. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
right back at it here. You know, sometimes I can't remember what I had for lunch earlier in the day. On the same day, I had no idea that many years had passed. I very well remember sharing the story at the time about it was a condition known as popcorn lung. We were talking to Vic about the food dyes, and he mentioned the microwave popcorn, and I remembered. I didn't realize it was 2007. Wow. That was a 53-year-old man from Colorado that developed a serious lung condition after eating microwave buttered popcorn. It was like a daily thing. He had to have his microwave popcorn every single day. At the time, it raised concerns about the safety of microwave popcorn. This guy's case was, they say, the first of its kind linked to microwave popcorn, leading to a serious lung condition. All right, it was officially called bronchiolitis obliterans, otherwise known as popcorn lung, and it's caused by inhaling diacetyl. That is the chemical that gives microwave popcorn the buttery flavor. It's all synthetic. Wheezing, a dry cough, fatigue, shortness of breath. In response to that case, 4 major popcorn companies removed diacetyl from their products in 2007. But it is still generally recognized as safe by the Food and Drug Administration. This is because inhalation is linked to cancer, not consumption. I don't know. I guess he'd microwave his popcorn, open up that bag, and get a big whiff of that fresh, buttery flavoring. All right, Vic, welcome back.
Yeah. Remember how they used to always make sure you got a good whiff of that popcorn flavor when you went to a movie theater or something of that nature, and when they'd like go to, you know, they usually showed like at least 2 films, maybe more. They had that little subconscious thing up there that would tell you to eat popcorn and drink a Coke, so you go to the refreshment stand. And I don't know if you remember all that or not, but you mentioned about something that triggered your distant memory. That's one thing I found out from my physical therapy thing, that the big nerve in your body that controls your lymph system also controls a lot of your memory. And people that have PTSD, it even affects that and stuff. And my therapist was asking me about some of the stuff in the military, medics and one thing and another. And I don't know, it just triggered some memories that never bothered me before. But I mean, it really got to me this time around, and I couldn't even talk about it much. But that's it. I don't know. I guess I had some deep-seated memories there, but it triggered a lot of them. Like the people that come home with a closed casket, usually the military puts a uniform in there over the top of the person. And I knew a guy that his son come home like that, and he was devastated. And it never hit me until just the other day. Wait a minute, he used to wear that son's jacket. And I thought, did he open the casket? You know, they're advised not to, but I just wondered because he was totally devastated. But that's kind of off on another subject. But no, but as you mentioned there with that butter flavor, that's what they do with the synthetics. They look for the, whatever it is that causes the flavor, and then they intensify it, chemically, synthesize it. Whereas there might have been other ingredients in the natural stuff that would that might counteract the ill effects of the actual butter, because regular butter does have that flavor in it too. But of course, most people don't use butter anymore. They use margarine, margarine and stuff, which that's synthetic. That's synthetically derived. So there's a lot of. I wish RFK Jr. all the luck in the world, because the food industry has needed this shaping up for a long time, And one of my big points that I used to argue about is in the meat industry, when they process it, they put all these different preservatives in it. And my point has always been that chemical doesn't know if they're in that meat being offered for sale or in your body. So if that preservative is going to stop that meat from going rancid, which is metabolizing of the fat, it's going to stop it from metabolizing the fat in the body and disturb that whole process. And there's something in fat called cholecystokinin that affects the nervous system, and there are other people around that know more food chemistry a whole lot better than I do. But like I said, RFK's been fighting this fight for a long time, so we'll just see how it comes out. But I imagine if they let him do what he needs to do, our health of our nation will improve a lot, and all the costs associated will go down. And since the government's so heavily involved in all the insurance and everything else, it would probably also decrease a lot of government expenses. And real quick, the guy that shot the health insurance executive, I don't know. I've been trying to find out if there was some sort of a lawsuit going on with insider trading or something. They said that Nancy Pelosi was supposed to testify, but that made no sense to me because Congress people can't be held for insider trading. So I don't know if that's just one of those internet rumors somebody got started out there. And of course, the guy's name that he had there, what was it, Luigi Mangione or something like that?
Right.
That's a classic Italian mafia name, and the Italians are kind of sensitive about that. So I think somebody just tried to fabricate something out of whole cloth, but I'll just mention that real quick because the thing that struck me as odd, he used an automatic. Most professional hitmen use a revolver, throw the cylinder away, and run a file down the barrel. They don't walk around with the same gun, very long. So I'll just throw that out right there at the last. But again, our food industry is, they discovered the wonders of chemistry, and it's not been good for the body, but they can fool the tongue. So I guess that's the easiest way to put it. And with that, I'll let you go, Steve.
All right. As always, Vic, have a great morning. Thanks for chiming in. Yeah, I was checking out some of the videos being shared via social media of the giant drones. Yeah, they're in New Jersey. This was posted like 2 days ago. Haddonfield, New Jersey. Anybody seen these giant drones? Creepy. Supposedly, no one has an explanation. And there's so many. This was in Haddonfield, New Jersey, but I saw about 5 others on my drive. The individual guy. And yes, it's not one of those little hobby drones. It's a pretty big thing. How can we not figure out who's flying the damn things? All right, about 18 before the hour. See, Eagle, you still with us there? Good morning. Welcome back.
Yeah, I'm still with you. Yeah, I thought about some things after I hung up with you, Steve. Before I get to the situation with the I'll talk about before I get. Oh yeah, let me talk about the Penny case first before I get back to the New York City deal. Okay, now the judge made the right decision, but I understand. I've seen the video and audio that his father had to be escorted out of the courtroom today because he said that it was an unfair judgment that Penny killed him because we're black. Let me tell this guy here is trying to turn. It's nothing about a race. Your son was out of control, my man. Your son was under the influence of drugs. He needed help. Well, you should have thought about that while he let the man. He was so worried about his son. Why they let him be homeless to begin with? And he running around wild. If you would have had his son under control, this wouldn't have never happened to begin with. And plus the fact that the man didn't even cooperate. This Penny didn't want to choke the man out. But the man wasn't cooperating after he told the man to stop causing a disturbance on the train. this guy, the judge made the right decision in this case. He doesn't deserve any jail time. He didn't get on that subway car train with the intentions of killing anybody that day. He was just a law-abiding citizen trying to stop somebody that was out of control. It's not a black and white. Stop trying to turn things into a racial issue, because race doesn't have anything to do with it. And, they tried to start it in New York today, but luckily the people in New York didn't fall for it and try to have rallies and try to have protests out in the streets. Nobody cares about that racial stuff anymore. This is not 1960 anymore, 1950 or 60. But there's nothing. The black and white garbage has got to stop. And just because a man is killed doesn't mean it was because of race all the time. Just figure out some other way. Stop trying to act like Barack Obama and putting race into everything. It pisses me off when people do it. And then when they really do have a problem, nobody believes it. That's what they're crying the wolf syndrome. When you cry racism all the time, when you finally do have a racial problem, won't nobody believe you because you're lying about it so damn much. So stop lying about the situation. Now, let's talk about this other deal, Steve. I'll go back to New York again. Apparently, there's a lot of people that's thinking the same way I'm thinking because I hadn't had a chance to look at TikTok all day long because I've been working about this New York chick. But apparently everybody's thinking the same thing I'm thinking because it seemed like every video I looked at after I hung up with you was saying that something is not right about this guy, that who carries a gun. And you mean to tell me, Steve, this shooting took place last week, and he was only able to travel 300 miles. That's all he could get away from New York City in that amount of time. He could only travel 300 miles. He couldn't have got him a rental car. He couldn't have got him some kind of a vehicle to get as far away from New York as possibly could. He was only 300 miles away from New York in 4 or 5 days. Something that's not still walking around with the same gun. He supposedly killed the man with, and then he just conveniently has a manifesto with him at the time of his arrest. And then, like I said, like you said before, Steve, sometimes you could be too smart. I've had people like that in my family. Like you said, my grandfather used to say, there's a difference between having book sense, which is educational sense, college, and common sense. And apparently, if this is the real killer, yeah, he had a lot of book sense. He was the smartest guy in his high school, but he didn't seem to have too much common sense, just like you said after I hung up with you. So apparently that was his downfall, was that he didn't use his common sense. And if he would have done that, he might not have got arrested so fast. So he has nobody to blame but himself. I don't feel sorry for the guy. Hopefully they throw the damn book at him and put him in jail where he belongs if this is the real killer, because for him to take his frustrations out. And, from what it seems like, Steve, they say that this guy comes from a wealthy family. That's something else I learned after I hung up with you. He's not from some poor, down-ridden family. So I don't know if money and insurance had anything to do with this case. He might be one of these left-wing nut jobs that's a Democrat that just went rogue for some reason. That's what it's looking like. And I thank you for taking my call.
Very good. All right, Eagle, have a great day. Thanks for checking in. See what the CNI dog has going on. Hey there.
How you doing? Allergies are, variants of, depends on the person, how they react to things. So, speaking of my experience, I used to love the stuff that's made with orange color, orange flavored. And I drank an orange soda once when I was working on a dock in a trucking company, and I had the weirdest reaction in my stomach. And I just thought, maybe I'm just under the weather. But I tried it again another time, and I felt the same way. And then I started to notice that other, candy-made products, chocolate-covered, whatever products and stuff like that, and anything orange just seemed to give me like heartburn or something like that. But I just found it kind of unusual. I told my kids about it, my wife, and they kind of segued away from eating anything orange after that. I'm not trying to influence the way you eat or your choices, but so I don't know if it has anything to do with it. It could be just a personal allergic reaction, because I know things like mold bother me, and and sometimes pollen or the stuff from the trees. You pick that up, especially like in the spring when the high winds come up from down south, when stuff is growing down south and it blows up north towards the Chicago area. I know they have a little bit of an allergy problem there. But maybe there's something to it. I enjoyed the show, and you have a great evening.
All right.
Morning.
Thank you. All right. Good morning, good day, whatever time. We start things at the midnight hour, and as Larry says, good afternoon. Because that's kind of where we are. Good afternoon. Hammer down. We were talking earlier in the program, Joni Ernst. Yeah, she was also making a bit of a splash, giving some suggestions to Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy. And she's proposed what is known as the Remote Act that will actually monitor bureaucrats' computer use and require agencies to report on the downside of telework. Now, what are we talking about? The bill will require agencies review how much work that these remote federal employees actually do, including the average number of logins made by every federal worker and the amount of time spent on the federal network. It says the American people gave us a mandate to shake up business as usual in Washington and drain the swamp. That starts with getting the bureaucrats' class to climb out of the bubble bath, put away the golf clubs, and get back to work. Now, she's chair of the Senate Doge Caucus. She's met with Elon and Vivek to kind of pitch her ideas. One of her major proposals is to reduce the number of federal employees who don't regularly come into their offices. She recently released a report saying federal workers have been found in a bubble bath, on the golf course, running their own business, even getting busted doing crime while on the taxpayer's dime. Would you believe it if I said just 3% of the federal workforce teleworked on a daily basis prior to the COVID pandemic? Today, 6% of workers report in person on a full-time basis. Nearly a third of federal workers work entirely remotely. Most federal employees are eligible to telework, and 90% of those are. Some come to the office as infrequently as maybe once per week. Thousands of federal workers allegedly do their jobs from home. No one's checking to make sure everyone made it to work or even logged onto their computer. Backlogs for services are typical. Accountability is rare. It took years to fire a senior IRS employee who routinely abused his remote work arrangement by playing golf during the workday for nearly 10 years. She noted one federal worker who conducted a remote meeting from a bathtub while taking a bubble bath. Yeah, of course, all this remote work stuff took root big time at the dawn of the pandemic. Everybody has to stay home. Yeah, Washington is still operating as if it is March of 2020. The headquarters of most agencies are pretty much abandoned. Government employees are scattered, often unreachable. The failure of managers to set the right example and monitor teleworkers creates an anything goes kind of attitude with other employees. The report said over 90% of the employees at the Department of Housing and Urban Development work from home, with only 1 day a week actually in the office required. Some report that federal workers pad their pay by claiming to work in one location while actually working from home in an area where, according to federal rules, they should receive a lower salary.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, a couple of final tidbits here as we wind things down on a Tuesday morning. I'm seeing more and more of this. Different states around the country taking advantage of the new modern technology, the fact that most trucks have electronic logging devices in the vehicle. The latest is the state of Nevada, where the Highway Patrol announcing a new program to deliver real-time alerts directly to commercial vehicle drivers through their electronic logging devices. Nevada Highway Patrol announced the launch of the program in partnership with DriveWise to send targeted alerts directly to ELD devices using what they call geofencing technology to provide location-specific information. Geofencing, in other words, they know your location with the likes. Officials say that the new system provides truckers with updates, whether it's dangerous weather, chain requirements, high wind warning, construction zone information, other traffic hazards, in bold, high visibility formats on your ELD. This could be especially useful during the winter months in places like Reno, Carson City, and Tahoe. Nevada's diverse terrain and challenging driving conditions, coupled with our position as a major transportation corridor, make initiatives like this essential. I think we had shared, I know Michigan was one. I think California, like I said, more and more states beginning to capitalize on that technology. All right, we'll close things out there. Thanks so much for spending some time with us here as we kick off a brand new day. Hey, before you know it, we'll be rolling up on the midnight hour Eastern Time Tuesday night, rolling into Hump Day. Hope you'll join us then.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams, change except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.